Chapter 1746. Ancestral Land's energy fused with my body. The threat of the chaos divine wood was too great, and Yi Qinfeng's attacks were extremely ferocious. Enduring the ferocious attacks, the roots of the half-ancestor demon god continued to penetrate deep into the ancestral land, absorbing the energy of the ancestral land to increase its strength and defend against the attacks. Primitive Tao embryo, devour the ancestral vein. Sensing the growing power of the treeman, Yi Qinfeng immediately ordered the embryo of Tao to break into the ancestral land, which was polluted by the divine filthy water. The embryo of Tao dived deep into the ancestral land, devoured the power of the ancestral land, and cut off the roots of the treeman. Tao of equipment manipulation. When the ancestral land was forcefully cut off by the primitive Tao embryo, Yi Qinfeng executed the Tao of equipment manipulation and instantly unleashed the strongest power of the life and death plate, attacking the half-ancestor tree demon with terrifying ancestral aura. What? How can you unleash the strongest power of the ancestral artifact with your strength? The half-ancestor tree demon exclaimed when he sensed that the power of the life and death plate had increased by dozens of times. He shook his treetop and released the strongest divine light to defend himself. However, the power of the life and death plate was too terrifying, and the half-ancestor tree demon couldn't defend himself even after unleashing his full strength. He was heavily bombarded by the life and death plate, causing cracks to appear on the tough surface of the tree. Seizing the opportunity when the half-ancestor tree demon was struck by the life and death plate, the chaos divine would extended tens of thousands of five-colored roots and penetrated into the half-ancestor tree demon's body. They madly devoured the spiritual energy contained within the half-ancestor tree demon and suppressed his strength. Lowly humans, this ancestor will destroy all of you. The half-ancestor tree demon was enraged by the loss of spiritual energy. He executed his final technique and transformed into a tall old man. He leaped out of the ancestral land and attacked the chaos divine wood with all his strength. He wanted to cut off the five-colored roots that had taken root in his body. However, the five-colored roots of the chaos divine wood were extremely tough and numerous. The half-ancestor tree demon's full-strength attack couldn't completely tear apart the five-colored roots. At this moment, Yi Qinfeng summoned the Peacock King, the chaos divine beast, the spirit fish, and the others to attack the half-ancestor tree demon and disperse his attacks. A six-star Tao Lord. Ling Yu has actually broken through to the six-star Tao Lord realm. The Lord of the Dark North, who was healing himself in midair, was even more shocked when he sensed the spiritual fish's strength. He really wanted to know what Yi Qinfeng had been through all these years. Not only had her strength increased rapidly, but the spiritual fish had also benefited so much from following her. Damn, how many years has it been? How did Yi Qinfeng's strength grow to such an extent? Where did he come from? When the Sky Lord saw that the half-progenitor tree demon was forced out of his human form by Yi Qinfeng and the others and was still in a desperate situation, his heart sank to the bottom. If the half-progenitor tree demon was killed, then what awaited him and the Sky race would be annihilation. When are the people from the Divine Sky clan coming? The Sky Lord, who was feeling increasingly uneasy, took out his communication pearl and attempted to contact the Almighty of the Divine Sky race, informing them of the Sky race's situation. The people from the Divine Sky race will be here soon. When he learned that the Divine Sky race's divine boat had already entered the Sky race's territory, the Sky Lord secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He constantly mobilized the power of the ancestral formation to help the half-progenitor tree demon attack Yi Qinfeng. Han Dun, Dragon Bloodlion, Fire Qilin, attack the people from the Sky race. Kill them first. Facing the constant attacks from the ancestral formation, Yi Qinfeng immediately transmitted his voice to the Chaos Divine Beast and the other two progenitor beasts, instructing them to attack the Sky Lord and the others. Roar, leave it to me, boss. The Chaos Divine beast roared and transformed into its most powerful combat form. It unleashed a force of more than 100 billion pounds and attacked the Sky Lord, engaging him in a fierce battle. At this time, the Lord of the Dark North had refined the heaven-piercing sage pill that Yi Qinfeng had given him. He had basically stabilized his injuries and controlled the firmament royal wheel to attack the Sky Lord. For a time, the entire ancestral land of the Sky race was in chaos. The Almighty of the Sky race were constantly killed, and large amounts of blood dyed the ancestral land red. Roots of death. The half-progenitor tree demon used all his strength, but he was still unable to sever the 5 colored roots of the Chaos Divine Wood. He had no choice but to control the roots that were as tough as supreme-grade, heaven-piercing sage artifacts to attack Yi Qinfeng and the others. He wanted to kill Yi Qinfeng and the others first before dealing with the Chaos Divine Wood. However, Yi Qinfeng had several progenitor artifacts and endless Tao energy. He used the progenitor artifacts to block the attacks of the half-progenitor tree demon and destroy the roots of death that were attacking him. On the other hand, the attacks of the god-fiend, torch dragon, peacock king, Lingyu, Xia pattern butterfly, and the others were constantly damaging the half-progenitor tree demon's body, especially the god-fiend, torch dragon, who was wielding the supreme-grade, heaven-piercing sage artifact Invincible Battle Saber. He was constantly hacking at the half-progenitor tree demon's body and worsening its injuries. The half-progenitor tree demon, whose spiritual energy was flowing out endlessly, could not withstand the ferocious attacks of Yi Qinfeng and the others. Several progenitor artifacts shattered its tree body, and its injuries continued to worsen. A huge warship appeared in the sky above the chaotic sky race. Seeing this warship, the Sky Lord, who was riddled with injuries, was overjoyed. He shouted at the warship, "Elder Shinlu, Elder Shinqi, quickly save me." Hearing the Sky Lord's cry for help, dozens of powerful almighties of the divine sky race flew down from the warship and surrounded Yi Qinfeng and the others. "Yi Qinfeng, I've finally found you." The 7th elder of the divine sky race, who had been schemed against by Yi Qinfeng, glared at Yi Qinfeng and said savagely, "Why are you looking for me? Do I know you that well?" Yi Qinfeng replied domineeringly while controlling the life and death plate to grind the half-progenitor tree demon's broken body. Life and death plate. Why is the life and death plate of the immortal demon ancestor in your hands? Looking at the life and death plate that was releasing the power of life and death, the 6th elder of the divine sky race, who was beside the 7th elder, exclaimed in bewilderment. He was wearing a gray robe, his hair was white, and his face showed signs of age. His aura was even stronger than the half-progenitor tree demon's. Of course, the immortal demon ancestor gave it to me. Yi Qinfeng continuously deduced the Tao intent and increased the power of the life and death plate, forcefully grinding half of the half-progenitor tree demon's body. "Save me! Elder Shinlu, Elder Shinqi, save me!" The half-progenitor tree demon, whose body had been shattered by the Chaos Divine Wood, cried out for help in horror. He felt that if the life and death plate continued to grind him, his entire body would be ground to pieces. Swish! Hearing the half-progenitor tree demon's cry for help, Elder Shinlu, who was just a step away from the ancestor realm, took a step forward and appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng as though he had teleported. He launched a thunderous attack at Yi Qinfeng, wanting to capture him alive. Elder Shinlu's speed could be said to be extremely fast. However, with the God-Eater Brain's deduction, Yi Qinfeng could clearly capture the trajectory of his attack. He controlled the immortal demon ancestor's wings to flap violently, turning into a fast afterimage and dodging the attack. Chaos Divine would break into the half-progenitor tree demon's body and devour it. Elder Shinlu and the others were a great threat. Yi Qinfeng had no time to control the life and death plate to attack the half-progenitor tree demon. He controlled the Chaos Divine Wood to shrink its body and directly break into the half-progenitor tree demon's broken body, devouring it from the inside. No. The half-progenitor tree demon was in despair after the Chaos Divine Wood broke into its body. It controlled its powerful demonic energy to refine the Chaos Divine Wood. Chapter 1747. Undying Wings. You actually obtain the inheritance of the undying, demonic Grandmaster. Seeing the undying wings break out of Yi Qinfeng's body, with a wingspan of more than 10 meters, feathers like sharp swords, and a powerful ancestral aura, Elder Shenlu was even more shocked. The undying demonic Grandmaster was a legend of the Void God realm. If he didn't die, he could definitely break through to the Void God realm. His inheritance was sought by countless people. However, the undying inheritance that the entire Void God realm couldn't find for countless years was obtained by Yi Qinfeng. This made Elder Shenlu and the rest feel incredulous. Senior Torch Dragon, let's work together to deal with him. Peacock King, you deal with Elder Shenlu. The rest of you, be careful. If there's any danger, I'll send you to the universe, realm, and time. Yi Qinfeng didn't dare to be careless, as the Divine Sky Race's powerhouses were a great threat. All right. Torch Dragon took a deep breath and used the Divine Flame technique, which was extremely harmful to his body, to forcefully raise his strength to a 6-star Dao God. Senior Torch Dragon, I'll leave this life and death plate to you. Yi Qinfeng used the equipment controlling Dao once and couldn't use it again in a short period of time. In order to unleash the strongest power of the life and death plate, he lent it to Torch Dragon. All right. After receiving the powerful life and death plate, Torch Dragon released more than 500 billion pounds of strength and attacked the strongest Elder Shenlu with the life and death plate. When the God-fiend Torch Dragon attacked with all his might, Yi Qinfeng quickly deduced the 4-saint-level Dao diagrams. He controlled the powerful Dao intent and crazily infused it into the demon bird imperial flag. It shook quickly, messing up the entire space. It condensed into the shadow of the undying bird and attacked Elder Shenlu. While Yi Qinfeng and Torch Dragon were fighting Elder Shenlu, Peacock King and Elder Shenlu were fighting fiercely. Xia Wendy, Ling Yu, and the rest were controlling their own treasures to resist the fierce attacks of the Divine Sky Race's powerhouses. Saint-level Sword Soul, slash! Elder Xingqi relied on his powerful strength to defend against the attacks of the life and death plate and the demon bird imperial flag. Under Yi Qinfeng's control, the Saint Sword spirit flew out of his sea of soul and turned into a boundless bloodlight that slashed towards Elder Xingqi. After all these years, Yi Qinfeng's understanding of the sword had reached a whole new level, greatly increasing the power of his Saint Sword spirit. Even Elder Xingqi didn't dare to be careless. He held a dark golden dagger axe and used all his strength to block. Immortal Wings, the fastest speed. Yi Qinfeng, whose strength was far inferior to Elder Shenliu's, pushed his speed to the extreme. He also increased the flow of time by 10 times. He created many dazzling afterimages around Elder Shenlu, relying on his speed to launch attacks. Time deceleration. Elder Shenlu didn't panic in the face of the unpredictable Yi Qinfeng. He suddenly used the second level of time law to forcefully decelerate the flow of time around him, slowing down Yi Qinfeng's attack. Time deceleration. He has actually comprehended the second level of time law. Yi Qinfeng's expression changed as he was affected by Elder Shenliu's time deceleration. He immediately formed 100 spatial restrictions in front of him, blocking Elder Shenliu's halberd attack. Kacha! Under the attack of Elder Shenlu, the 100 layers space restriction in front of Yi Qinfeng shattered like glass. However, Yi Qinfeng used this gap to dodge to the side. He quickly flapped his undying wings and created a powerful wing slash. It was like a crescent moon blade that attacked Elder Shenlu. When Yi Qinfeng attacked with all his might, the life and death plate controlled by the Goffin torch dragon continued to expand. It shrouded the space above Elder Shenliu's head, stirring up life and death as it attacked his body. The God-fiend torch dragon had the strength of a 6-star Tao god for a short period of time. Under his full control, the life and death plate's power increased tremendously. The power of life and death created a lot of trouble for Elder Shenliu, preventing him from attacking Yi Qinfeng with all his might. Ka 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 ka. At this moment, a series of cracking sounds could be heard. The Chaos Divine would devour the spiritual energy of the half-step ancestral tree demon and killed it. It then flew towards Yi Qinfeng with extreme speed. Indeed, after devouring the half-step ancestral tree demon, the Chaos Divine Wood's power has increased by several folds. Sensing that the Chaos Divine Wood's power had completely surpassed the low-grade ancestral artifact, Yi Qinfeng was overjoyed. He waved the Chaos Divine Wood and attacked with all his might. Kacha kacha! Under the attack of the Chaos Divine Wood's Chaos Elemental Light, a large patch of space was shattered. The terrifying Chaos Elemental Light created a lot of trouble for Elder Shenliu. He summoned a supreme grade Transcendent Saint artifact, grade Earthen Jar above his head, but it was completely suppressed by the Chaos Divine Wood. The Chaos Divine Wood is indeed terrifying. After experiencing the power of the Chaos Divine Wood, Elder Shenliu no longer held back. He quickly released the powerful energy sealed in his body. When the seal was fully released and integrated into his body, he instantly surpassed a half-step ancestral artifact realm and possessed the strength of a 1-star heavenly ancestor. This brought great danger to Yi Qinfeng and the god-fiend torch dragon. Boom! The halberd slashed down, and a terrifying attack landed on the life and death plate that was twisting space. In an instant, the life and death plate was sent flying, and the god-fiend torch dragon was under great pressure. Then, Elder Shenliu continued to attack with his halberd. Rays of light containing ancestral might descended from the sky and attacked Yi Qinfeng and the god-fiend torch dragon like a tidal wave, suppressing the life and death plate and Chaos Divine Wood's attacks. Puff puff! Withstanding the powerful recoil, Yi Qinfeng and the god-fiend torch dragon were both injured. Their attacks were completely suppressed. Xia Wendy and the others were also in a dangerous situation. They were surrounded by the powerful experts of the divine sky race and were surrounded by danger. Everyone come back! In this dangerous situation, Yi Qinfeng decisively sent everyone into the universe realm. He quickly flapped his undying wings and flew out of the Qiong ancestral land. He wanted to stall for time and wait for the seal in Elder Shenliu's body to disappear before gathering everyone's strength to kill him. Set up an inescapable net, seal the space. Yi Qinfeng's speed was extremely fast with the undying wings. Elder Shenliu's ancestral realm strength could not attack him. He had no choice but to order the experts of the divine sky race to set up an inescapable net in the sky above the Qiong ancestral land, sealing the entire space and restricting Yi Qinfeng's flying speed and space. Sealing me? You are too naive. Seeing that the space had been sealed by the Almighty of the Xintian race, Yi Qinfeng poured all his strength into the undying wings, activating its strongest attack. A large amount of feather light intertwined, directly passing through the inescapable net and appearing outside. Damn it! After failing to seal the space, Elder Shenliu gritted his teeth angrily. However, the undying wing's speed was too shocking. Moreover, it was an ancestral device. It was too difficult to restrict its flying speed. If he could not restrict the undying wings, killing Yi Qinfeng would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Just as Elder Shenliu was about to use his final trump card, the shattered Qiong ancestral vein suddenly collapsed. After devouring the Qiong ancestral vein, the primitive Tao embryo that had reached the half-progenitor realm flew out of the ancestral land and attacked Elder Shenliu with an invincible aura. Boom! The primitive Tao embryo's invincible fist collided with Elder Shenliu's palm. An oval energy halo was formed in the void, destroying everything and causing the entire space to tremble violently. The primitive Tao embryo was sent flying a few hundred meters away, almost crashing into the ground. Chapter 1748. Primitive Tao Fetus, Plate of Life and Death. The primitive Tao fetus relied on its indestructible body to fight against Elder Shenliu. Yi Qinfeng threw out the life and death plate. The power of the plate of life and death was too terrifying. Seeing the plate of life and death flying over, Elder Shinchi and the others didn't dare to stop it. They could only let it hit Elder Shenliu. Rumble! Elder Shenliu waved his dagger axe and slashed at the plate of life and death. Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion forced the plate of life and death back. Catching the plate of life and death, the primitive Tao fetus half-ancestor power erupted from its body and fused into the plate of life and death. It activated the power of the plate of life and death and attacked Elder Shenliu. After fusing with the half-ancestor power released by the primitive Tao fetus, the plate of life and death's power continued to increase. Kill! The primitive Tao fetus's eyes shot out endless killing intent. It controlled the plate of life and death and attacked Elder Shenliu fearlessly, fighting fiercely in midair. Ancestral artifacts were extremely rare in the void god world. Even with Elder Shenliu's strength and status, he didn't have one. In addition, the primitive Tao fetus was indestructible. Elder Shenliu, who had stepped into the ancestor realm, couldn't suppress the primitive Tao fetus's attack. While the primitive Tao fetus and Elder Shenliu were fighting fiercely, Yi Qinfeng activated the demon sealing sword's 800 ancestral runes and swept up a hurricane, attacking the Xintian powerhouses. Although there was no lack of divine-level experts among the Divine Sky Clan's almighties who had come this time, Yi Qinfeng's current attack power was too terrifying. Coupled with his astonishing speed, the demon sealing sword in Yi Qinfeng's hand continuously slashed open the bodies of the Divine Sky Clan's almighties. "Little bastard, I swear I'm not human if I don't kill you." Seeing his tribesmen being killed by Yi Qinfeng, Elder Shinchi, who had broken through to the five elements' divine god realm, was furious and roared into the sky. However, his methods and foundation were far inferior to Elder Shenliu's. His continuous attacks couldn't hit Yi Qinfeng at all. This made him more and more frustrated. Senior Torch Dragon, Peacock King, come out quickly! As Elder Shinchi roared, Yi Qinfeng summoned the Torch Dragon and Peacock King and ordered them to attack the Xintian powerhouses with all their strength. "Retreat! Quickly retreat to the warships!" The fiend god Torch Dragon and the Peacock King were extremely terrifying. Their appearance made the situation worse for Elder Shinchi and the rest. Coupled with Yi Qinfeng, who was unpredictable and had astonishing attacks, the rate at which the Divine Sky Clan's experts were dying increased. Left with no choice, Elder Shinchi, who was riddled with injuries, had no choice but to bring the Divine Sky Clan's experts to the warship and activate the warship's restrictions. "Humph! A mere restriction wants to stop me," Yi Qinfeng snorted. He controlled the Saint-class Sword Soul to fuse with the Demon Sealing Sword as he attacked the warship's restrictions with all his might. While Yi Qinfeng was attacking with all his might, Torch Dragon and Peacock King were also attacking with all their might. After being bombarded by Yi Qinfeng and the other two, cracks immediately appeared on the impregnable barrier around the warship. The terrifying power caused the entire warship to shake violently. Seeing that Elder Xingqi and the rest were in danger, Elder Shenliu decisively gave up on the primitive Tao embryo, which could not be heavily injured, and went all out to rescue them. However, with the primitive Tao embryo pestering him, Elder Shenliu's mobility was greatly affected. He could only watch as Yi Qinfeng and the other two worked together to destroy the warship's restrictions and kill their way into the warship. Following that, painful screams rang out one after another. Yi Qinfeng and the other two were like death gods, crazily slaughtering the Shengtian race's experts. Large amounts of blood and severed limbs were scattered all over the ground. The entire Shengtian race's worship became a living hell. How could this be? The Sky Lord had originally thought that Yi Qinfeng would definitely die with the arrival of the Divine Sky Clan's Almighty. However, reality was far from what he had imagined. As he listened to the screams that reverberated in his ears, beads of sweat appeared on the Sky Lord's forehead. He began to panic. Now that the quasi-ancestor tree demon was dead, if the Shengtian race's experts were no match for him, his Sky race would only have one fate: destruction. Just as Sky Lord was getting more and more panicked and at a loss for what to do, the furious Elder Shenglu used his final trump card. Heavenly Ancestor Projection. Elder Shenglu took out a crystal sealed with layers of restrictions. When he crushed the crystal, a powerful ancestral aura spread out from the crystal, instantly transforming into a man who was 10 meters tall. He was clad in armor, his long black hair fluttering in the wind, and his deep eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Heavenly Ancestor, help me destroy this primitive Tao embryo. After using his final trump card, Elder Shenglu shouted at the Heavenly Ancestor Projection. Rumble. Hearing Elder Shenglu's shout, the Heavenly Ancestor Projection quickly struck out with his palm. The terrifying palm seemed to contain the heavens and the earth as it crashed toward the primitive Tao embryo. Facing the attack of the Heavenly Ancestor Projection, the primitive Tao embryo immediately controlled the life and death plate to defend. However, the Heavenly Ancestor Projection summoned by Elder Shenglu was too powerful, and the primitive Tao embryo was unable to unleash the full power of the life and death plate. As the palm landed, the power of life and death released by the life and death plate shattered. The terrifying power passed through the life and death plate and struck the primitive Tao embryo, causing it to fall to the ground. Ancestral Projection. I knew that the Shengtian race would definitely bring a method to reverse the situation. Seeing the power of the Heavenly Ancestor Projection's palm, Sky Lord and the others felt relieved. With the Heavenly Ancestor Projection controlling the situation, he felt that Yi Qinfeng was powerless to reverse the situation. Heavenly Ancestor, I'll leave the primitive Tao embryo to you. I'll go capture Yi Qinfeng. Elder Shenglu instructed as he flew toward the trembling worship to help Elder Xingqi and the others deal with Yi Qinfeng and the others. Come back. With Elder Xinglu's trump card, Yi Qinfeng did not dare to be careless. When Elder Shenglu charged at him, he immediately teleported the Torch Dragon and Peacock King into the Qinkuan realm. Flapping the immortal wings, they broke through the broken seals and dodged Elder Shenglu's attack. Attack with all your might. Injure him at all costs. Elder Shenglu's attack with his spear was dodged by Yi Qinfeng once again. Enraged, he joined forces with Elder Xingqi and the others to attack with all their might. Under the attacks of Elder Shenglu and the others, the chaotic void continued to shatter, forming a terrifying shockwave that continuously damaged Yi Qinfeng's body. Although Yi Qinfeng's defense was strong enough, his body was still unable to withstand the continuous attacks of the terrifying aftershocks. As his injuries worsened, his flying speed was also greatly affected. Under the attacks of the Heavenly Ancestor Projection, the primitive Tao embryo was unable to retaliate. It was completely destroyed by the Heavenly Ancestor Projection's ferocious attacks, and cracks appeared on its tough body. Primitive Tao embryo, come back. With the situation completely out of control, Yi Qinfeng wanted to retreat. He teleported the primitive Tao embryo and life and death plate into the Qinkuan realm and quickly flapped his immortal wings to fly out of the Qinkuan ancestral land. Chapter 1749. Green Sky City was the main city controlled by the Green Sky race. It was located in the core region of the Heaven Domain and occupied tens of thousands of miles of space. After knowing that the sky race had been besieged by Yi Qinfeng's group and had disappeared with heavy losses, the green sky race sensed danger and immediately activated a powerful seal. It enveloped the entire green sky race and sealed off the entire green sky race. Then, Tian Jidao sent a request for help to the Imperial Sky Race, asking them to send an ancestor-level expert to guard against Yi Qinfeng's group. In an instant, the atmosphere in Green Sky City became tense and oppressive. The destruction of the Sky Race's ancestral land and the disappearance of the half-ancestor-level demon god shocked the entire heaven domain. Yi Qinfeng's name appeared again and resounded throughout the entire heaven domain. Is there any use in activating the seal? Tian Jidao, you are deceiving yourself. Relying on the speed of the undying wings, Yi Qinfeng broke out of the encirclement of the Sky Dome race and arrived outside Azure Sky City. When he saw the heavy restrictions covering Azure Sky City, he revealed a cold smile. When the sky turned dark, he sealed a space and summoned the space-swallowing bug that had evolved into a superior-grade ancestral beast. Space-swallowing bug, swallow the space wormhole. Yes, master. The half-meter-long space-swallowing bug nodded and opened its mouth full of fangs. It quickly swallowed the space wall and penetrated through the layers of seals that enveloped Green Sky City. It opened a wormhole that led to the inside of Green Sky City. After smoothly entering Green Sky City, Yi Qinfeng did not immediately attack the Green Sky Race and let the primitive Dao fetus swallow the ancestral land of the Green Sky Race. Instead, he wandered around Green Sky City to gather information. He was afraid that Tian Jidao would sense the danger and ask the Imperial Sky Race to send an ancestor-level expert to guard the place. If he attacked the Green Sky Race blindly, it would be no different than walking into a trap. Although Green Sky City was shrouded in a huge haze because of the seal, the city was orderly. Yi Qinfeng changed his appearance and walked around the ancient streets of Green Sky City, listening to the conversations of the passers-by. Along the way, what he heard the most were discussions about him. There were even people who bragged about him as if he was a god. They said that he was the saint of the Ascension Palace and had obtained many inheritances from the human race. Soon, the sky gradually darkened. Just as Yi Qinfeng was about to find a place to rest, he suddenly sensed a cursing voice through his soul force. Damn it, for a human brat, they actually caused panic and sealed off the entire Azure Sky City. I don't believe that Yi Qinfeng has 3 heads and 6 arms and dares to come here alone. A young man wearing a gorgeous robe and holding a folding fan walked towards the 100 Flowers in the western part of the city, accompanied by 2 attendants. Young master, you mustn't play too late at 100 Flowers Hill, and you mustn't stay there overnight. Otherwise, if the family head blames us, we won't be able to bear the consequences. The 2 followers following behind the man in luxurious robes said awkwardly, My father's worries are unnecessary. I don't believe that Yi Qinfeng can sneak into Green Sky City without anyone noticing. The man in luxurious robes said indifferently, I've been cooped up at home for several days. Today, I specially invited Brother Tianren to play at 100 Flowers Inn. If you dare to spoil my fun, I won't forgive you. Brother Tianren, Yi Qinfeng knew that only the direct disciples of the Azure Sky clan had the surname Tian. He locked onto his target and quietly followed the man in luxurious robes to the 100 Flowers Inn, which was brightly lit and bustling. He planned to capture Tianren and search his soul to obtain important information about the Azure Sky clan. Hey, young master, you don't look familiar. Is this your first time in 100 Flowers Inn? Yi Qinfeng, who had changed his appearance, had just entered the 100 Flower Inn when a beautiful woman, wearing revealing clothes and heavy makeup, walked over with a strong fragrance. Then she said warmly, What are you waiting for? Yes. Yi Qinfeng glanced at the man in luxurious robes who was surrounded by 3 beautiful women and said in a rich tone, Arrange a luxurious room for me. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng took out 5 top-quality sky crystals and put them in the hands of the beautiful young woman. The top-quality sky crystal was the top currency in the Qingyun realm. Very few people would take it out to trade. Seeing Yi Qinfeng take out 5 top-quality sky crystals, the beautiful young woman smiled and took the initiative to hug Yi Qinfeng's arm. "Young master, please follow me. I will arrange a room for you." As he followed the beautiful young woman to the room on the 3rd floor, Yi Qinfeng completely released his soul power. He easily penetrated the restriction of the room and sensed many erotic scenes. However, as his strength increased, Yi Qinfeng's heart of martial arts became even more firm. The erotic scenes in the room could not cause a ripple in his heart. Soon, under the guidance of the beautiful young woman, he arrived at a luxuriously decorated room. "Young master, please wait for a moment. I will arrange a lady for you to drink." The beautiful young woman personally poured a cup of fragrant spirit tea for Yi Qinfeng and asked in a charming voice, "What type of lady does young master like? Tall or plump?" "I think you're not bad. Stay and drink with me," Yi Qinfeng faintly said as he took out a jade pendant that was of excellent quality and contained a strong defensive power from his universe ring. He placed it on the round table made of ancient sandalwood and said indifferently, "Hee, then I will go and arrange it. I will accompany young master to drink." Looking at the jade pendant that Yi Qinfeng placed on the table, the beautiful young woman's eyes lit up. She immediately put away the jade pendant and withdrew. She pushed away all the arrangements and asked for several jugs of fine wine and brought them into the room. Just as the beautiful young woman poured fine wine and nestled in Yi Qinfeng's embrace, wanting to seduce Yi Qinfeng and prostrate himself under her pomegranate skirt, a powerful illusory force broke into her soul sea. In an instant, a powerful illusion appeared in her mind. Her eyes turned black and she fainted. After the beautiful young woman fainted, Yi Qinfeng closed his eyes and released a powerful soul power to permeate out of the room. He locked onto the man in luxurious robes who was roaming up and down the soft bodies of 2 beautiful young women. About an incense stick's worth of time, a tall and straight 6-star heavenly emperor wearing luxurious robes walked into the room with 2 beautiful young women in his arms. Very soon, the entire room was filled with bursts of laughter and panting. A gentle atmosphere constantly pervaded in the air. With the main character appearing, Yi Qinfeng didn't waste any time. He controlled the illusory Tao intent to transform his appearance and slowly walked towards the room that the man in luxurious robes was in. When he broke the restriction at the entrance of the room and pushed open the door to enter, he discovered that the clothes on the 4 beautiful young women had already been removed. The man in luxurious robes and Tianren were like pigs arching randomly on the smooth bodies of the 4 young women. "Mother ***, who are you?" who asked. Seeing Yi Qinfeng, who suddenly barged in, the man in luxurious robes and Tianren were shocked. Immediately after, the man in luxurious robes revealed dense anger on his face as he flew into a rage. But before the man in luxurious robes finished speaking, he discovered that the entire room was restricted by Yi Qinfeng. Immediately after, he and Tianren felt a powerful dizziness blast into their soul sea. Their eyes turned black, and together with the 4 beautiful young women, they fell into a deep coma. Soul search. Yi Qinfeng came to Tianren's side and borrowed the God-Eater brain to perform a soul search on him. Very soon, he obtained all of the soul memories in Tianren's mind and performed a soul search on the man in luxurious robes. "Scum, losers like you, who only know how to play with women, don't deserve to live in this world." Yi Qinfeng slightly exerted force with his right hand and crushed the 2 people's heads, crushing their souls and killing them. Chapter 1750. Without the support of the Heavenly Imperial Tribe, there is no need for you to exist. Yi Qinfeng, who was hiding in the dark like a ghost, looked at the silent Azure Sky tribe that was shrouded by a powerful restriction formation. He summoned the space-swallowing bug and broke the restriction formation easily, sneaking into the Azure Sky tribe. "Soon this place will become hell." Yi Qinfeng hid his aura and sneaked into the Azure Sky tribe. He used his mysterious killing skills to kill the powerful figures of the Azure Sky tribe. Swish! There was a slight sound of something breaking through the air. A burly, powerful figure of the Azure Sky tribe, whose body was full of explosive muscles and whose thick arms were tattooed with totems, had just opened the door when a flash of sword light pierced his head and crushed his soul. His entire body was supported by a gentle force and fell into a pool of blood, dying. The eighth one, glancing at the man in the pool of blood, Yi Qinfeng's body flashed slightly and hid in the dark, continuing to kill the powerful figures of the Azure Sky tribe. As the night grew darker, more and more powerful figures of the Azure Sky tribe died. A strong smell of blood floated in the Azure Sky tribe, alarming Tianji Dao and the others. At this time, Yi Qinfeng had already hidden in the ancestral land of Green Sky, preparing to let the primitive Tao embryo devour the ancestral land of Green Sky to further increase his strength and attempt to break through to the ancestor realm. Who are you? What are you doing in the ancestral land of Green Sky? As soon as Yi Qinfeng stepped into the ancestral land of Green Sky, a deep voice suddenly rang out and entered his ears. Following the source of the voice, Yi Qinfeng saw an old man dressed in gray robes. His skin was shriveled, and there was no aura fluctuations coming from him, looking like a withered tree. This old man sat on a tall boulder and watched Yi Qinfeng kill. Although there was no fluctuation of aura on the old man, Yi Qinfeng could clearly sense his strength through the god-eating brain. He was at the peak of the one-star celestial realm. Yi Qinfeng had many ways to kill such a powerful figure in an instant. Brat, you are really bold. How dare you be so arrogant in the ancestral land of Green Sky? The light in the gray-robed elder's eyes became even more intense. No matter who you are, you will die today. As he said that, the old man's presence underwent an earth-shaking change. He mobilized the power of the ancestral ground and formed a huge hand that blotted out the sky. It fell down in the darkness and twisted the space there. He wanted to heavily injure and capture Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng didn't dodge the attack of the giant hand that contained the ancestral aura. With a thought, the saint-level sword spirit flew out of his sea of soul and turned into a red light in the void. It shattered the giant hand and broke the powerful ancestral aura force. Saint-level sword soul. The gray-robed elder was surprised that Yi Qinfeng had condensed a saint-level sword soul. Moreover, he felt that the power of Yi Qinfeng's saint-level sword soul had reached the level of a supreme, transcendent saint weapon, which posed a great threat to him. Swish! While the gray-robed elder was still in shock, Yi Qinfeng moved and appeared in front of him like a ghost. He punched at the elder's chest. With a punch, an unparalleled fist radiance shot out. Layers of air exploded and the airflow surged. The fist force that contained 10 billion pounds of force was compressed to the extreme. The gray-robed elder sensed a deep sense of danger and had to dodge with all his might. The gray-robed elder's reaction speed was extremely fast, but Yi Qinfeng's movement speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinfeng had approached the gray-robed elder and punched him twice. The gray-robed elder couldn't dodge the terrifying fist radiance and could only take it head-on. PFFF, PFFF. Taking Yi Qinfeng's fist radiance head-on, the gray-robed elder's body kept trembling. A large amount of blood spurted out from his mouth. His body fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Power of ancestral aura, kill the enemy. Yi Qinfeng's strength was beyond imagination. The gray-robed elder immediately used a secret technique and mobilized the powerful ancestral aura force to attack and kill Yi Qinfeng. Life and death plate decide life and death. When the boundless ancestral aura force rose from the ancestral land, Yi Qinfeng summoned the life and death plate. He controlled the plate to become bigger and bigger, releasing a powerful life and death force that crushed the ancestral aura of the azure sky and blasted into the gray-robed elder's body. Along with a painful scream, his entire body was crushed by the life and death plate. He turned into a cloud of blood mist and died. Primal chaos divine would seal the azure sky, ancestral land. Primitive Tao embryo, devour with all your power. After killing the gray-robed elder, Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the primal chaos divine wood and the primitive Tao embryo, taking root in the ancestral land. While the azure sky ancestral land was sealed by the primal chaos divine wood and the ancestral aura was devoured by the primitive Tao embryo, the entire azure sky race was in chaos. Yi Qinfeng activated his mirror image doppelganger. The 3 mirror images he left in the azure sky race began to destroy the famous buildings in the azure sky race and kill the powerful figures of the azure sky race. Azure sky wheel destroy. Tianji Dao, the old leader of the azure sky race, and Tianji, who rarely showed up, all showed up. They controlled the azure sky wheel and the azure sky sword to attack the 3 mirror images of Yi Qinfeng. They wanted to kill them instantly. Although the 3 mirror images didn't have any treasures, they had Yi Qinfeng's full power. Withstanding the ferocious attacks of the azure sky wheel and the azure sky sword, they started a massacre in the azure sky race. The powerful figures of the azure sky race were constantly killed by them. Yi Qinfeng, how did you get in? Looking at the appearance of the 3 mirror images, Tianji Dao immediately recognized that they were Yi Qinfeng, who he guarded day and night. Facing Tianji Dao's question, the 3 mirror images didn't care at all. They continued to attack the powerful figures of the azure sky race, harvesting their lives. Yi Qinfeng, if I don't kill you, I swear I'm not a man. Looking at the almighty figures of the Green Sky clan lying in a pool of blood and dying, Tianji Dao and Tianji were extremely heartbroken. They controlled the 2 Transcendent Saint artifacts to attack with all their might, crushing the 3 mirror images bit by bit. About 30 minutes later, a mirror image couldn't bear the attack of the 2 Heavenly Saint weapons and broke into pieces. Soon, the remaining 2 mirror images also broke into pieces. None of them are real bodies. Looking at the 3 mirror images that broke into pieces like broken glass, Tianji Dao and Tianji had a trace of uneasiness in their hearts. At this time, they felt the changes in the ancestral land of the azure sky race. Their expressions changed greatly. They immediately rushed over and saw Yi Qinfeng floating in the void, shrouded in the dark night. When they were about to step into the ancestral land, they suddenly felt the ground under their feet tremble. Extremely sharp 5-colored roots broke through the hard ground and attacked them at an amazing speed. Sizzle! Under the attack of the 5-colored roots of the Chaos Divine Wood, the Azure Sky Wheel and the Azure Sky Sword, the 2 Heavenly Saint weapons controlled by Tianji Dao and Tianji, both broke into pieces. Tianji Dao, we meet again. Looking at Tianji Dao and Tianji, who were forced out of the ancestral land by the Chaos Divine Wood, Yi Qinfeng, who was floating in the air, opened his deep eyes and said coldly, Yi Qinfeng, the Azure Sky Race has no intention to be enemies with you. As long as you leave, I'm willing to give you rich treasures. Feeling the power of the ancestral land of the Azure Sky Race declining rapidly, Tianji Dao was anxious and had to give in. All right, if you are willing to give me 3 great ancestral artifacts, I can let you all live. Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly and said playfully, Yi Qinfeng, don't go too far. The heavenly race is the overlord of this universe. If you are our enemy, you will definitely die. Tianji said angrily. Chapter 1751. Yi Qinfeng, don't be so arrogant. Do you really think we are like the sky race? Since you don't know what's good for you, then go die. Tianji Dao said with a ferocious expression. He took out 2 ancient seals that were sealed in a jade box. There were many ancient patterns on the surface. When he spat blood into the 2 ancient seals, they instantly shattered and released a powerful summoning force that reached the depths of the forbidden grounds of the Azure Sky race. Immediately after, 2 terrifying auras gushed out from the forbidden grounds of the Azure Sky race. A Qing Yuan emperor with a wingspan of more than 100 meters appeared. He was covered in green feathers and had a divine crown floating above his head. His entire body was flowing with powerful Tao intent. Behind the Qing Yuan emperor, there was a 10-meter-tall god-demon that was like a moving mountain. He had long red hair and held a steel fork. I didn't expect the Azure Sky race to have such a trump card. However, they can't kill me. Although Yi Qinfeng could sense that the Qing Yuan emperor and the god-demon were both in the half-ancestor realm, the primal divine tree had become extremely powerful after devouring the half-ancestor tree demon. In addition, the primal divine tree was completely rooted in the ancestral grounds of the Azure Sky Emperor and the God Demon, so could borrow the power of the ancestral grounds to attack. Qing Yuan Emperor, God Demon, kill him for me. Tian Jidao looked at Yi Qinfeng with a murderous gaze and gave the order to kill to the two main forces of the Azure Sky race. Screech! The Qing Yuan Emperor looked up to the sky and roared. The terrifying sound pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It violently flapped its green wings and swept up an endless gale that swept towards Yi Qinfeng. The moment the Qing Yuan Emperor attacked, the god demon raised a steel fork and exploded with hundreds of billions of gene of power. It quickly danced and interweaved into a powerful fork shadow that pierced through the space and pierced towards Yi Qinfeng, wanting to kill him. Facing the attacks of the Green Phoenix Emperor and the gods, Yi Qinfeng stood motionlessly in the air. As the endless torrential winds and forks assaulted him, the primal chaos divine tree that took root in the ancestral ground expanded infinitely. Its 5-colored treetops swayed as it released the primal chaos light of the 5 elements, neutralizing the attacks of the Green Phoenix Emperor and the gods. With their attacks broken, the Blue Phoenix Emperor and the gods and demons continued their attacks. They launched a tidal wave of attacks at Yi Qinfeng, wanting to join forces and kill him. However, the primal chaos divine wood was too strong. No matter how the Blue Phoenix Emperor and the gods attacked, they couldn't break through the defense of the primal chaos divine wood and couldn't harm Yi Qinfeng at all. Azure Sky Ancestral Land, kill them for me. Seeing how terrifying the Chaos Divine Wood was, Sky Zenith and Sky Polarity's expressions changed slightly. They communicated with the ancestral land of the Azure Sky, wanting to use it to kill Yi Qinfeng. However, the Azure Sky Ancestral Land had long been controlled by the Chaos Divine Wood. Even if they could not communicate with it, they could not control the Azure Sky Ancestral Land. How could this be? The Chaos Divine Wood is really so heaven-defying. Sky Zenith couldn't accept the fact that the ancestral land of the Azure Sky was easily controlled by the primal Chaos Divine Wood. He kept mobilizing the experts of the Azure Sky race to attack together. However, the defense of the primal Chaos Divine Wood was impregnable. In addition, the primal Chaos Divine would use the power of the Azure Sky Ancestral Land to form a powerful light wall that weakened the attacks of the Azure Sky race's experts. Even with everyone's combined strength, they still couldn't break through the defense. It was a crisis for Yi Qinfeng. While the primal Chaos Divine Wood was resisting the attacks of the Azure Phoenix Emperor and Sky Zenith, the power of the Azure Sky Ancestral Land was constantly being drained. After devouring a large amount of ancestral rhymes, the power of the primitive Tao embryo rose steadily. It was about to surpass the half-ancestor realm and reach the true ancestor realm. If the primitive Tao embryo could reach the ancestor realm and control the life and death plate, it could easily destroy the Azure Sky race. Gods and demons closed the distance. The attacks were constantly blocked by the primal Chaos Divine Wood. Sky Zenith immediately ordered the mountain-like gods and demons to step into the descending ancestral land. They didn't care about their own safety and attacked the primal Chaos Divine Wood with all their might. Candle Dragon Sr., come out quickly! When the God Fiend attacked, Yi Qinfeng summoned the God Fiend Torch Dragon. Turbid Bone! Seeing the ferocious attacks on the primal Chaos Divine Wood, The candle dragon immediately recognized the identity of the god and let out a roar. Senior, the god has already lost his life. Right now, he is just a puppet that can be manipulated at any time. Yi Chun-feng transmitted a message to the candle dragon. Puppet. The candle dragon's eyes shot out a thick, murderous intent. How dare you kill my brother and use his corpse as a puppet? Today, I will flatten this place to avenge my brother. As he spoke, the enraged candle dragon held the invincible battle blade and charged out of the ancestral land controlled by the primal chaos divine wood. He attacked Sky Zenith and the others, wanting to kill them to vent his anger. Screech, screech, screech. Seeing the candle dragon charging out, the Azure Phoenix Emperor immediately let out a deafening roar and instantly transformed into his strongest battle form. He held a pair of blades that were burning with Azure Phoenix flames and slashed at the candle dragon, engaging in an intense battle outside the ancestral land. Divine burning art. Although the candle dragon's body was powerful and his battle prowess was unparalleled, the Azure Phoenix Emperor had the strength of a half-step ancestor. Under its ferocious attacks, the candle dragon was surrounded by dangers. He had no choice but to use the divine burning art that was extremely damaging to his body to increase his strength in order to engage in a fierce battle with the Azure Phoenix Emperor. However, even with the divine Devil Torch Dragon's divine blaze art, he still couldn't defend against the Blue Phoenix Emperor's ferocious attacks. Seeing that he was heavily injured by the Blue Phoenix Emperor, Yi Chun-feng used all of his trump cards and raised his strength to the limit to attack the Blue Phoenix Emperor with the Life and Death Plate. Boom! The Life and Death Plate erupted with a terrifying power of life and death, crushing the Azure Phoenix Emperor's ferocious attacks like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Godless Sword. Subsequently, Yi Chun-feng's entire body fused with the Demon Sealing Sword, activating more than 800 ancestral marks. A sword that could seize the brilliance of heaven and earth pierced towards the Azure Phoenix Emperor's body with an invincible sword might. The Azure Phoenix Emperor's defense was extremely powerful, but it still couldn't block the Demon Sealing Sword's attack. A deep sword wound appeared on the Azure Phoenix Emperor's chest as large amounts of blood spurted out like a fountain. Die. Taking advantage of the Azure Phoenix Emperor's carelessness and injury, the divine burning dragon unleashed a force of several hundred billion gene and ruthlessly hacked at the Azure Phoenix Emperor's body with the invincible saber. The terrifying saber might directly sent the Azure Phoenix Emperor to the ground. Screech! The Blue Phoenix Emperor was completely enraged by the continuous injuries to its body. It raised its head to the sky and let out a long roar. It burned its powerful Yao Dan and increased its speed to the extreme. It transformed into a series of dazzling afterimages in the air as it launched a fierce counterattack against Yi Chun-feng and the fiend god Torch Dragon. Senior, you go kill the Azure Sky Race's almighty expert. Leave this Azure Phoenix Emperor to me. Facing the Azure Phoenix Emperor's unpredictable speed, Yi Chun-feng summoned the Undying Wings and increased his speed to the limit as he engaged in an intense battle with the Azure Phoenix Emperor in the sky. Trash of the Heaven Race, let me send you all to the afterlife. The divine burning dragon, who was covered in blood, let out a roar and slashed towards Tian Jidao, whose expression had greatly changed. Bang! Tian Jidao's Azure Sky Wheel was split open by the divine burning dragon's saber. The terrifying saber essence heavily bombarded Tian Jidao's body, causing his blood to boil, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. After injuring Tian Jidao with one slash, the divine burning dragon continued to pursue the Azure Sky Race's almighty experts with the invincible saber. Yi Chun-feng, who had increased his speed to the limit and was fighting fiercely with the Azure Phoenix Emperor, summoned the Peacock King, the Lord of the North Deep, the divine beast of chaos, the golden clear dragon blood lion, and the fire Kylan to attack the Azure Sky Race's almighty experts together. Divine burning dragon, come back! The situation was completely out of control. Tian Jidao, who was in danger, wanted to summon the divine burning dragon that was fighting fiercely in the chaotic divine tree. Ka ka ka. However, at this moment, tens of thousands of five-colored roots broke out of the withering ancestral land and formed a tree root prison, trapping the divine burning dragon inside and unable to rescue Tian Jidao and the others. Chapter 1752. Young Master Yi. Boss, the Peacock King and the Chaos Divine Beasts didn't expect this to happen. Their hearts tightened as they gave up on killing the Azure Sky race and tried to help. Human brat, go to hell! The Blue Phoenix Emperor, who had lived for countless years and had rich battle experience, wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. Holding the twin sabers burning with blue phoenix fire, he launched a fatal attack at Yi Qinfeng. He wanted to kill him while he was injured. You want to kill me? You're too weak. 100 space seals. Yi Qinfeng ignored his injuries and used the power of space to form layers of seals in front of him to block the Blue Phoenix Emperor's fatal attack. Space Storm. When the layers of seals were broken, Yi Qinfeng used the rules of space again to form a powerful space storm. It swept toward the Blue Phoenix Emperor and delayed his attack. Subsequently, the primal Chaos Divine would flew to his side under his command. It swayed with extremely powerful primal Chaos 5 elements light as it attacked the Blue Phoenix Emperor, who was forcibly tearing through the spatial storm. Boom! 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 In a series of intense collisions. The Blue Phoenix Emperor, who had the power of a half-ancestor, was forced back by the Chaos Divine Wood. His fatal attack was also broken by the Chaos Divine Wood and didn't hurt Yi Qinfeng. The Cyan Phoenix King was forced back. The God-fiend Torch Dragon slashed forward with the invincible saber in his hand. The terrifying saber light turned into a mountain of sabers and forcefully interrupted the Cyan Phoenix King's continuous attacks, forcing him back again. Roar! Roar! The Cyan Phoenix Emperor was forced back. The fiend god puppet let out a ferocious roar and stabbed over with its sharp trident. Life and death plate, reverse life and death. As the god-fiend puppet attacked, Yi Qinfeng immediately used the art of weapon control and activated the strongest attack of the life and death plate. The life and death plate reversed the power of life and death and shattered the god-fiend puppet's attack. It landed on the god-fiend puppet's body and sent him flying. Although the fiend god golem's body was invincible, the plate of life and death was comparable to a high-grade ancestral artifact. The ancestral aura it contained was not something he could withstand. Facing the plate of life and death head-on, the fiend god golem's powerful body immediately shattered. The terrifying ancestral aura madly poured into his body, causing numerous cracks to appear on his body. Turbid Bone, I'm sorry. When the golem was about to be destroyed by the strongest attack of the life and death plate, the torch dragon appeared in front of him and unleashed the inherited divine ability of the fiend god race. It spewed out a terrifying devouring light that broke into the golem's body and devoured the golem's energy to strengthen itself. Daoji, let's go. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Celestial Pole immediately took the unwilling Tianji Dao and fled out of the chaotic Azure Sky Clan. Roar, roar, old fools, where do you think you're going? Seeing Tianji Dao and Celestial Pole escaping, the Chaos Divine Beast roared furiously and unleashed its inherited divine ability to chase after them. However, under the terrifying and fearless attacks of the Green Phoenix Emperor, Yi Qinfeng, the Chaos Divine Beast, and the others were forcefully intercepted by it. They could only watch as Tianji Dao and Celestial Pole escaped without a trace. Beast Core burned completely. Since the situation was hopeless, the Green Phoenix Emperor did not escape. It did not hesitate to burn its Beast Core completely, increasing its strength to the greatest extent. It attacked Yi Qinfeng and the others with all its might, wanting to drag a few of them down with it before it died. Under the frenzied attacks of the Green Phoenix Emperor, Yi Qinfeng, Peacock King, and the Chaos Divine Beast's injuries continued to worsen. Without a choice, Yi Qinfeng could only teleport the heavily injured Peacock King, Chaos Divine Beast, and the others into the universe realm to fend off the Green Phoenix Emperor's frenzied attacks alone. However, the Green Phoenix Emperor's eyes were bloodshot at this moment. Yi Qinfeng was controlling several great ancestral artifacts to fend it off. Ka. At this critical moment, the ancestral land of blue sky, where Zhu Yun was disappearing, suddenly collapsed. The primitive embryo of Tao that was hiding in the ancestral land of blue sky shot out like a shooting star in front of Yi Qinfeng, blocking the Blue Phoenix Emperor's ultimate attack. Ancestor-grade, primitive Tao fetus. Feeling the powerful ancestor-grade power of the primitive Tao fetus, the Green Phoenix Emperor's expression changed drastically. Die. After devouring the ancestral land of the Azure Sky race that had been nurtured for countless years, the primitive Tao fetus successfully broke through to the one-star Tao ancestor realm. It punched out at the Green Phoenix Emperor. The terrifying fist light shattered layers of space and sent the Green Phoenix Emperor, who was unable to dodge in time, flying. Puff puff! The difference in strength between ancestor grade and half-ancestor grade was huge. Adding on the fact that the Green Phoenix Emperor was severely injured, he was completely unable to block the punch of the primitive Tao fetus. Cracks appeared on the bones of his arms as large amounts of blood spurted out from his mouth. After forcing the Green Phoenix Emperor back with a punch, the primitive Tao fetus that was filled with ancestor-grade power continued to attack. The terrifying attacks completely suppressed the Green Phoenix Emperor, constantly injuring his body and sending him flying time and time again. Large amounts of blood blossomed in the void. Despite his severe injuries, the Green Phoenix Emperor still didn't retreat. He continued to burn his powerful bloodline power and transformed into his true form. He fearlessly attacked the primitive Tao fetus again and again. However, the defense of the primitive Tao fetus was too shocking. The attacks of the Green Phoenix Emperor couldn't harm the primitive Tao fetus at all. Instead, his injuries were constantly worsening under the all-out attacks of the primitive Tao fetus. Just as the Green Phoenix Emperor was once again sent flying by the primitive Tao fetus, the primitive Tao fetus grabbed the wings of the Green Phoenix Emperor. In the next moment, the primitive Tao fetus let out a heaven-shaking roar and forcefully tore off the wings of the Green Phoenix Emperor. Large amounts of blood rained down from the sky and dyed the azure sky ancestral land red. Human brat, don't be too proud. The Imperial Sky Race will definitely avenge me. I believe that we will meet again in the Yellow Spring soon. The wings of the primitive Tao fetus were forcefully torn off. The Green Phoenix Emperor let out a long roar of despair and unwillingly self-destructed his Yao Dan to deal a fatal blow to the primitive Tao fetus. However, the self-destruction of his Yao Dan still couldn't harm the primitive Tao fetus. Instead, the powerful attack blasted a huge hole in the void. After the death of the Green Phoenix Emperor, the Godfiend Torch Dragon used the inherited ability of the Godfiend race. It devoured all the power and remaining bloodline of the Godfiend puppet and entered the universe realm. It quickly refined and tried to break through to the 6-star Tao God realm. Let's go. We'll go rob the treasury of the Azure Sky Race and then leave this place. After killing the last 2 pillars of the Azure Sky Race, Yi Qinfeng didn't waste any time. After interrogating them, he found the treasury of the Azure Sky Race and looted all the treasures inside before leaving the almost destroyed Azure Sky Race. Not long after, the news of Yi Qinfeng annihilating the Azure Sky Race and destroying the ancestral land of the Azure Sky Race swept through the entire heaven region like the wind, causing a huge uproar once again. Just as the entire heaven region was in chaos and the heaven race suffered heavy losses, the Void God Realm's Divine Sky Race and Imperial Sky Race sent their ancestor realm experts to the heaven region to hunt down Yi Qinfeng. Chapter 1753. Time flew by and soon 10 years had passed. As time passed, the chaotic celestial region gradually calmed down. However, the celestial race did not give up on hunting Yi Qinfeng. Senior Ape Deity, Senior North Sea were leaving. Take care. After hiding in the demon region and cultivating for 10 years, Yi Qinfeng had completely consolidated his cultivation at the peak of the 2-star Tao God realm. He had also comprehended the void Tao steel in the universe realm and cultivated his 5 great Tao wills to an extremely terrifying level. At this time, the opening of the tomb of the Great Void was getting closer and closer. Yi Qinfeng was preparing to head to the extraterritorial battlefield. Qinfeng, we'll leave the spiritual fish to you. Please protect her. The ape deity could not bear to part with the beautiful and cute spiritual fish. Don't worry, Senior Ape Deity. We'll definitely return safely. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng bade farewell to the ape deity, the Lord of the North Sea, and the others. He left the Devil region through the ancient teleportation portal and headed to the chaotic extraterritorial battlefield that was connected to the Void God realm. 10 years in the outside world was equivalent to 200 years in the Qingquan realm. In these 200 years, the spiritual fish, Xia Wendy, and Blood Skeleton had all broken through to the immortal realm. The divine demon Torch Dragon had refined all of Turbid Bone's energy and had broken through to the 6-star Tao God realm. The Peacock King had refined the Ancestor Pill and cultivated to the peak of the 5-star Demon God realm. The Chaos Divine Beast, the Golden Clear Dragon Blood Lion, had swallowed a large number of demon cores and rapidly increased its strength. It was equivalent to a 3-star Demon God realm. At this time, Yi Qinfeng's strength was unprecedentedly strong. It was enough to surpass any force in the celestial region. Even in the Void God realm, his strength was not to be underestimated. After entering the extraterritorial battlefield, Yi Qinfeng, Xia Wendy, and the spiritual fish all changed their appearances and hid their strength. They steered the warship and flew towards the tomb of the Great Void at an extremely fast speed. Qinfeng, whose tomb do you think the tomb of the Great Void belongs to? Xia Wendy leaned in Yi Qinfeng's arms and looked at the stars in the sky and asked softly, "The tomb of the Great Void has existed for countless years. To this day, no one has been able to discover its true secrets. If I didn't possess the map of the tomb of the Great Void, I wouldn't have dared to enter this dangerous place." Yi Qinfeng gently embraced Xia Wendy's soft body. "Qinfeng, could the map in your hand be a fake?" Xia Wendy asked somewhat worriedly. "It's possible." Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, "Let's enter the tomb of the Great Void and take a look. If this map is proven to be fake, then we'll walk around the periphery of the tomb of the Great Void." The extraterritorial battlefield was extremely vast. Yi Qinfeng steered the warship and flew for several months before arriving at the periphery of the tomb of the Great Void, which was shrouded in layers of star fog and flowing with terrifying torrents and cosmic rocks. I didn't expect the location of the tomb of the Great Void to be exposed. Arriving outside the tomb of Great Void, Yi Qinfeng released his soul and sensed that there were many experts hiding nearby. Clearly, the location of the tomb of Great Void had been exposed, attracting many experts to plot against it. However, after several decades, the space around the tomb of Great Void had become relatively stable. As long as they were careful, they could now attempt to enter the tomb of Great Void. Just as Yi Qinfeng took out his communication disc and attempted to contact Fanlong, 2 huge warships flew over and blocked in front of Yi Qinfeng's warship. They suddenly launched ferocious attacks at the warship, wanting to destroy it and kill Yi Qinfeng and the others. Courting death, Yi Qinfeng didn't expect that the 2 warships would attack without distinguishing between right and wrong. He was instantly enraged. Together with Xiaowen Dai and the spirit fish, he flew out of the trembling warship and attacked the 2 warships with the demon flag. Yi Qinfeng wielded his low-grade, Transcendent Saint artifact halberd, which weighed several hundred million gene. He erupted with several hundred million gene of strength, shattering the incoming cannon fire as he appeared on a huge warship. Heavenly halberd, break for me! Yi Qinfeng roared. His halberd continued to grow in size, slashing out a mountain-like halberd shadow. A single halberd strike shattered the defense of the battleship, directly cutting a huge hole in the bow of the ship. The terrifying power caused the entire battleship to tremble. Swish! 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 The warship was under attack. Dozens of Devil Race experts flew out of the warship and surrounded Yi Qinfeng's group. How dare you attack my true Devil Race's warship? I want to see if you all can survive. A 6-star Devil Emperor wearing a black robe embroidered with skulls roared. However, before he could finish his words, a powerful dizziness force blasted into his soul sea, shattering his head and killing him. You all should not have provoked me. Yi Qinfeng's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. He summoned his undying wings and raised his speed to the limit as he attacked the dozens of true Devil Race experts. Bam! 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 Under the attack of the undying wings, the true Devil Race experts were unable to retaliate. They turned into clouds of blood mist and scattered in the air. In the blink of an eye, 53 true Devil Race experts were killed by Yi Qinfeng at lightning speed. Only one 1-star Devil Master was left. His face was pale and his body was trembling. He was completely frightened by this 1-star Devil Master in front of him. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's sharp eyes locking onto him, this 1-star Devil Master, who was scared out of his wits, did not hesitate to burn all his blood essence and used blood escape to escape from the starry sky. Buzz! As he was escaping with all his strength, a powerful dizziness force blasted into his soul sea, causing his soul to tremble and his mind to go blank. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng appeared beside him as though he had teleported. He used the God-Eater brain to search his soul, and the Human Tao Alliance was annihilated by the Devil Race of the Void God world. Fan Long, Fanya, and 100 Barbarian Spiritual Master were captured by the Devil Race, True Devil Race, and Black Devil Race. They were imprisoned in the Starry Sky Prison. After obtaining important information from the Devil Master's Soul Sea, Yi Qinfeng's face revealed a trace of anger. He slightly exerted strength in his 5 fingers and directly crushed the Devil Master's head, killing him. Let's go and rescue them. Although Yi Qinfeng had not known Fan Long and the others for long, he had a good impression of the forthright Fan Long. In addition, Fan Long had promised to give the Human Tao Alliance an opportunity. Therefore, when he heard that something had happened to Fan Long and the others, Yi Qinfeng did not hesitate to go and rescue them. The Devil Race of the Void God world coveted the Great Void Tomb. They had been guarding a huge star continent closest to the Great Void Tomb, sealing off the news. While paying attention to the changes in the space around the Great Void Tomb, they also killed the experts who approached the Great Void Tomb without permission. Yi Qinfeng found out from the 1-star Devil Master's soul that in order to obtain the Great Void Tomb, the Devil Race had sent 3 Ancestor Realm experts. Among them, the strongest was the Devil Race's 3rd Elder, a 3-star Devil Ancestor, Mo Jushan. Other than Mo Jushan, the Devil Race's 4th Elder, Mo Zhang, was a 2-star Devil Ancestor, and the 6th Elder, Mo Xian, was a 1-star Devil Ancestor. The Devil Race had sent 3 Devil Ancestor Realm experts at once. It was enough to show how important the Great Void Tomb was to them. They wanted to uncover the secrets of the Great Void Tomb and obtain the treasures inside. How should I rescue Fan Long and the others? Yi Qinfeng quietly hid in the star continent where the Devil Race was, thinking of a plan to rescue Fan Long and the others. Once he was trapped by the 3 Devil Ancestor Realm experts. Even with the primitive Tao embryo, Yi Qinfeng would not be able to survive. Just as Yi Qinfeng was thinking of a plan, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. Seeing this person, Yi Qinfeng's figure flickered and approached him like a ghost. Chapter 1754. Who's there? Mo Chen, who had just returned to the Starland, suddenly felt a sharp aura approaching him. and immediately became alert. The two demon race old men who were protecting him also became vigilant at this moment. Powerful auras erupted from their bodies, locking onto Yi Qinfeng, who had suddenly appeared. Demon bird imperial flag, sky restriction. Yi Qinfeng ignored Mo Chen and the other two's auras and summoned the demonic bird imperial flag. It released a series of profound runes and sealed the space around them, trapping the three within. Who are you? How dare you? Do you know who I am? Seeing the powerful array pattern restriction, Mo Chen, who had broken through to the two-star demon master realm, did not panic. Instead, he coldly looked at the disguised Yi Qinfeng and said in a cold voice, "Of course I know who you are." The corners of Yi Qinfeng's mouth rose slightly, and he said, "Mo Chen, we meet again. Who the hell are you?" Hearing Yi Qinfeng call out his name, Mo Chen's pupils instantly shrank into the most dangerous pinholes, and an inexplicable sense of uneasiness arose in his heart. "You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that you shouldn't have come here again." After saying that, Yi Qinfeng did not waste any more words with Mo Chen. His body flickered slightly, and an incomparably sharp wing slash appeared, attacking the trio. "Young master, we'll help you block him. Quickly leave this place." The two-star demon god old men quickly blocked in front of Mo Chen, summoned their two great treasures, and erupted with their strongest attacks, attacking Yi Qinfeng. They wanted to force him back and create an opportunity for Mo Chen to escape. Life and death plate, life and death. With a single thought, the life and death plate flew out of Yi Qinfeng's body. It continued to expand and grinded out a powerful force of life and death. It directly shattered the defenses of the two old men and blasted into their bodies. Following two mournful screams, the two old men's bodies were shattered by the terrifying life and death force, instantly turning into two clouds of blood mist, dying on the spot. Ancestral artifact. You have an ancestral artifact. Feeling the invincible qi from the life and death plate, Mo Chen felt despair in his heart. Large amounts of sweat appeared on his forehead as he looked at Yi Qinfeng with fear in his eyes. If Yi Qinfeng could kill the two experts protecting him in one hit, then killing him would be as easy as blowing off dust. "Wait, you can't kill me. This time my devil race has sent 3 archdevil ancestors, and the third elder is a 3-star archdevil ancestor. If you kill me, the 3 ancestors will definitely sense it and rush over to kill you." In order to survive, Mo Chen had no choice but to bring out the 3 archdevil ancestors to pressure Yi Qinfeng. "Don't worry, you still have value now, so I won't kill you," Yi Qinfeng said with a slight smile, "but when you're no longer of value, then it's hard to say." Saying that, the Saint-grade sword spirit flew out from Yi Qinfeng's soul sea, turning into a blinding red light in midair, slashing at Mo Chen. "Saint-grade sword spirit, you're Yi Qinfeng." Looking at the incoming Saint-grade sword spirit, Mo Chen immediately guessed Yi Qinfeng's identity. But at this time, the Saint-grade sword spirit had already slashed down, and the terrifying sword might directly shattered Mo Chen's traceless devil saber, heavily injuring him. Then the life and death plate fell, suppressing Mo Chen's body and knocking him unconscious. Soul search. Yi Qinfeng came to the unconscious Mo Chen's side and used the God-Eater brain to search his soul, obtaining the memories of his soul. Then, Yi Qinfeng sealed him in the universe realm. Illusion Tao intent, illusion form. With a thought, Yi Qinfeng controlled the illusion Tao intent to transform into Mo Chen's appearance. Since he had cultivated the illusion Tao intent to the Saint-grade Tao diagram realm, his illusion Tao intent had become extremely profound, and he wasn't afraid of the 3 devil ancestors seeing through his identity. After successfully transforming into Mo Chen, Yi Qinfeng immediately put away the demon bird imperial flag. Following the soul memories he obtained from Mo Chen's mind, He quickly flew towards the temporary palace that the demon ancestor had built on the star continent. Soon, a huge palace appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng's eyes. Because the palace was guarded by the 3 devil ancestors, the devil ancestor didn't place any restrictions in the palace. "Young lord, you're back. Where are the 2 elders? Why didn't they come back with you?" Seeing Yi Qinfeng fly back alone, the 2 devil race experts guarding the palace immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "The 2 elders went to do something for me and will be back soon." Yi Qinfeng imitated Mo Yichen's voice and said indifferently, smoothly entering the palace. After entering the palace, Yi Qinfeng didn't waste any time and directly went to the prison where Fan Long and the others were locked up. He wanted to rescue them as soon as possible and leave this place. "Young lord." The several devil race guards guarding the prison were surprised to see Mo Yichen suddenly arrive, and they respectfully bowed. "Open the prison, I want to go in." Yi Qinfeng's sharp eyes swept over the guards as he ordered, not allowing them to refuse. "Yes, young lord." The demon guard did not think too much and directly opened the cell, allowing Yi Qinfeng to enter the dark, damp, and foul-smelling cell. And what a powerful restriction! Walking into the prison, Yi Qinfeng found that the prison cells were sealed with powerful restrictions, which seemed to be the work of the devil ancestor. Standing in the prison, Yi Qinfeng closed his eyes and controlled the God-Eater brain to rapidly deduce, penetrating the prison cell's restrictions and sensing the situation inside. "And why are there only a few people here? Where are the others?" The God-Eater brain's soul power rapidly increased and penetrated the prison cell. Yi Qinfeng found that only Fan Long and the others were locked up in this prison, and the rest of the cells were empty, showing a trace of surprise. Space-swallowing bug, break the restriction. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Yi Qinfeng didn't forcibly break the prison's restriction, but summoned the space-swallowing bug to break through the prison's restriction. Under the devouring of the space-swallowing bug, the restriction that imprisoned Fan Long was easily broken. Yi Qinfeng pushed open the heavy prison door and saw Fan Long covered in wounds, lying on the damp ground on the verge of death, breathing weakly, with cold chains piercing through his body. Feeling that someone had come in, Fan Long slightly opened his eyes, glanced at Yi Qinfeng, and then closed his eyes again in resignation. Suddenly, a pill with a strong medicinal fragrance was stuffed into his mouth, releasing a powerful medicinal power that flowed into his body, healing his injuries. "It's me, Alliance Head Fan. I'm Yi Qinfeng." When Yi Qinfeng saw the confusion in Fan Long's eyes, he sent a voice transmission to Fan Long. "Yi Qinfeng." Fan Long's lifeless eyes glowed when he heard Yi Qinfeng's familiar voice, and his scarred face showed great excitement. "Alliance Head Fan, don't get too excited. I'll break these chains for you first and take you out of here." Yi Qinfeng transmitted soothingly. Fan Long shook his head and transmitted, "No, you mustn't break these chains. The demon ancestor has placed a mark on them. If you break them, they'll immediately sense it. It's fine, it's not a big deal even if they find out. If I want to leave, they can't stop me." Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said confidently, "By the way, Alliance Head Fan, where are you? And the others? Where are they locked up? When we were captured, and the others couldn't take it anymore and committed suicide. There are only a few of us left in the Human Tao Alliance, and we're all locked up here." Fan Long sobbed. "If we weren't still of value, we wouldn't have survived until now. Don't worry, Alliance Head Fan. I will avenge your Human Tao Alliance." Chapter 1755. Space Swallower, quickly break through the seals here. Yi Qinfeng summoned the Space Swallower again and ordered, "Yes, Master." The Space Swallower obeyed and unleashed its powerful Space Swallower ability to break through the layers of seals. When the Space Devourers broke through the prison's restrictions, Yi Qinfeng wielded the demon sealing sword and activated more than 800 ancestral glyphs within it. With a swing of his sword, he sliced apart the chains that had broken through Fan Long's body and kept him in the universe realm. Then Yi Chen Feng unleashed an astonishing power and broke through the various seals, keeping all the Human Tao Alliance experts in the universe mirror. Someone's trying to break out. Third Elder Mo Yueshan was the first to sense the chains that bound Fan Long were broken. His cold and arrogant face revealed a look of surprise as his body flashed, and he flew towards the prison at an extremely fast speed. When he flew to the sky above the prison, an unparalleled sword light pierced through the prison that was filled with powerful restrictions and slashed towards him. Mo Yueshan's large hand pressed down. The terrifying power of the Archdevil ancestor turned into a terrifying hand that covered the sky. With a suffocating force, it shattered Yi Qinfeng's sword ray. At this time, Yi Qinfeng summoned the undying wings and flew out of the prison at an astonishing speed, appearing in the air. "Who are you? What did you do to Yi Chen?" Mo Yueshan's face darkened as he looked at Yi Qinfeng, who had transformed into Mo Yichen. His deep eyes shot out a sharp glint as he questioned coldly. "That trash is already dead." Yi Qinfeng ignored Mo Yueshan's sharp gaze and said calmly, "Hand over Yi Chen, and I can leave your corpse intact." Mo Yueshan ordered in an undeniable tone. Mo Yichen's soul had a mark left behind by Mo Yueshan and the others. If he died, Mo Yueshan and the others would immediately sense it. When Yi Qinfeng and Mo Yueshan were confronting each other, fourth Elder Mo Zhang, sixth Elder Mo Xian, and the experts of the True Demon Tribe and Black Demon Tribe appeared one after another and surrounded Yi Qinfeng, sealing off his escape route. "Looks like you don't believe me." Despite being in such a dangerous situation, Yi Qinfeng's face didn't reveal any trace of panic. With a thought, he summoned the tightly bound Mo Yichen from the universe realm. In front of Mo Yueshan and the others, he crushed Mo Yichen's head and crushed his soul. "Now, you believe that I didn't lie to you." After killing the genius of the Devil Clan, Mo Yichen, in front of everyone, Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly and threw Mo Yichen's corpse at Mo Yueshan, whose eyes were spitting fire. "You're courting death." Mo Yueshan didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to be so arrogant, killing Mo Yichen in front of everyone and provoking him. The moment he caught Mo Yichen's body, he took a step forward and attacked Yi Qinfeng as if he had teleported. He wanted to kill Yi Qinfeng and avenge Mo Yichen. Mo Yueshan was a 3-star devil ancestor, so his speed was extremely fast. However, Yi Qinfeng, who had the God-Eater brain, reacted even faster. His immortal wings flapped violently, stirring up gusts of wind as he dodged into the air. "Want to escape? Today, this ancestor will make it impossible for you to escape." Mo Yueshan didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to dodge his attack. Several Great Sage-level Tao diagrams gushed out of his body and merged into the entire space, restricting it. Mo Zhang, Mo Xian, and the others also acted at this time, releasing powerful ancestral aura to restrict the space, not giving Yi Qinfeng a chance to escape. Tao of equipment manipulation, break for me. Even though the space was restricted by Mo Yueshan and the others, Yi Qinfeng still didn't panic. He decisively summoned the life and death plate and used the Tao of equipment manipulation, increasing the offensive power of the life and death plate to the limit. He bombarded the space supported by the ancestral aura, directly blasting a big hole in the space. And the moment the life and death plate erupted with its strongest power, Mo Yueshan and the others' hearts trembled inexplicably. They couldn't believe that Yi Qinfeng, who was a 2-star Tao god, was able to unleash the strongest power of the ancestral artifact. Swoosh! While Mo Yueshan and the others were bewildered, Yi Qinfeng burned his primordial bloodline and maximized the speed advantage of the immortal wings. He instantly flew out of the space gap and flew out of the star continent at an extremely fast speed. "Where do you think you're going?" Mo Yueshan, who came back to his senses, roared. Two black devil wings broke out of his body as he chased after Yi Qinfeng with all his might. Mo Yueshan's flying speed was extremely fast, but Yi Qinfeng, who had the immortal wings, was even faster. He kept widening the distance between them. Damn it! Could this be the immortal demon ancestors' immortal wings? Mo Yueshan recognized the origin of the immortal wings when he saw the endless wind and the astonishing flying speed of the immortal wings. Qi and blood burn. In order to capture Yi Qinfeng, Mo Yueshan burned his powerful qi and blood force at all costs and increased his speed further. However, he still couldn't close the distance between him and Yi Qinfeng. After about half an hour, Yi Qinfeng, who was flying faster and faster, disappeared from Mo Yueshan's eyes and disappeared into the vast starry sky. After using the immortal wings to get rid of Mo Yueshan's pursuit, Yi Qinfeng flew for more than 2 hours. He hit the universe mirror on a slowly floating meteorite and entered the universe mirror. Qinfeng, you got rid of the 3 demon ancestors? Fan Long, who was recuperating in the universe mirror, asked when he saw Yi Qinfeng enter the universe mirror. Yes, I got rid of them. We're safe now. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, Alliance Master Fan, how are you found by the demon race? Sigh, there's a spy from the Black Demon race in the Human Tao Alliance. After we stabilize, the spy secretly told the Black Demon race our location. In the end, we were surrounded by the experts of the Black Demon race and the True Demon race, and were all captured. Fan Long sighed softly and warned Yi Qinfeng. Qinfeng, now that the demon race of the Void God Realm has intervened and sent 3 demon ancestors, the chances of us getting the opportunity in the Tomb of the Void are very slim. Why don't we give up while we're safe? Fan Long knew how terrifying the demon ancestors were. No matter how heaven-defying Yi Qinfeng was, he was definitely not a match for the demon ancestors. I won't give up the opportunity in the Tomb of the Void. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said firmly, even the demon ancestors won't be able to take the great opportunity in the Tomb of the Void from my hands. But, all right, Alliance Master Fan, you should focus on recuperating. Leave everything to me. Yi Qinfeng interrupted Fan Long. Since I promised to give you a great opportunity in the Tomb of the Void, I'll definitely do it. With that, Yi Qinfeng left behind several precious healing pills and went to the edge of the 4th level of the universe mirror. He tried to open the 5th level. He had a feeling that if he could open the 5th level, he might be able to use the treasures in the 5th level to fight against ancestral realm experts. But even after using all of his skills and methods, he still couldn't open the 5th level. Sigh, it seems that my current strength isn't enough to open the 5th level. Yi Qinfeng sighed softly and said regretfully, unable to borrow the power of the 5th level of the universe realm, Yi Qinfeng sat cross-legged in the universe realm, bitterly thinking of a solution. After pondering for 2 days and 2 nights, a bold plan appeared in Yi Qinfeng's mind. Chapter 1756. As expected, the Demon Clan has sealed off the space around the Tomb of the Great Void. But is it useful? Yi Qinfeng hid his aura and quietly approached the Tomb of the Great Void. He felt that there were powerful restrictions outside the Tomb of the Great Void, sealing off the star domain around the Tomb of the Great Void. Although the 3 demon ancestors' methods were astonishing and the starry sky's restrictions were extremely powerful, they were unable to stop Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and increased the speed of the immortal wings to the limit. He drew a shadow in the starry sky and flew toward the restrictions at an astonishing speed. Kacha! Cracking sounds could be heard. Yi Qinfeng used the attack power of the immortal wings to penetrate the layers of restrictions and barge into the outer space of the Tomb of the Great Void, which was shrouded in black fog and had chaotic space. When he barged into the outer space of the Tomb of the Great Void, Mo Yueshan and the other 2 demon ancestors sensed it immediately. Does that brat want to die? He's barging into the Tomb of the Great Void at this time. Mo Yueshan's brows were tightly knitted together. As the three-star demon ancestor, he had tried to pass through the chaotic space outside the tomb of the Great Void, but failed in the end. Therefore, in his opinion, Yi Qinfeng's actions were no different from courting death. Third Elder, I feel that the human brat is not simple. He suddenly barged into the outer space of the tomb of the Great Void. I'm afraid he has something to rely on. Fourth Elder Mo Zheng said with a frown. That's right. That human brat seems to have obtained the inheritance of the immortal demon ancestor. Without absolute confidence, he should not take the risk. I think we should take the risk and kill him. Sixth Elder Mo Xian nodded in agreement. All right, then we'll enter the outer space of the tomb of the Great Void and use the complicated space environment inside to kill him. Mo Yueshan pondered for a while and decided, together with fourth Elder Mo Zhang and sixth Elder Mo Xian. They barged into the outer space of the tomb of the Great Void to hunt down Yi Qinfeng. After barging into the outer space of the tomb of the Great Void, where the space was extremely unstable, Yi Qinfeng immediately took out the map of the tomb of the Great Void that he had obtained from Yi Tianjun. He compared the surrounding environment and terrain to verify the authenticity of the map. This map should be real. Under the rapid deduction of the God-Eater brain, Yi Qinfeng discovered that the terrain marked on the map in his hand was almost the same as the surrounding environment. He was secretly delighted. With this map, his chances of unlocking the secret of the tomb of the Great Void would greatly increase. According to the markings on the map, Yi Qinfeng quickly flapped his undying wings and passed through the thick black fog. He dodged the dangers marked on the map and quickly approached the tomb of the Great Void. Woo woo woo! Yi Qinfeng had been flying rapidly in the thick black fog for over 2 hours. Then he heard a series of ferocious roars. Numerous pitch-black bats with wingspans of over 3 meters, sharp horns on their foreheads, and razor-sharp claws flew out from the rolling black mist. They attacked Yi Qinfeng at an extremely fast speed. Saint Sword Soul, destroy! Looking at the black bats that were flying at him at high speed and releasing powerful sonic attacks, Yi Qinfeng summoned a Saint Sword spirit that was comparable to a supreme-grade, transcendent saint artifact. Red sword silhouettes intertwined and shot toward the black bats that were close to him. The black bats, outside the tomb of the Great Void, were quite powerful. They were almost at the level of ancestral beasts. Their flying speed was as fast as lightning. However, the Saint Sword Soul's attack speed was even faster. It constantly shredded the bodies of the black bats, turning them into minced meat. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, nearly 100 black bats surrounding Yi Qinfeng were killed by the saint-level Sword Soul. A large amount of blood filled the black fog, which attracted a large number of demonic beasts to surround Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng lost his patience after being continuously attacked by the demonic beasts. He channeled a powerful will of Wei into the Undying Wings, activating the offensive power of the Undying Wings. They transformed into sword-like sword feathers, piercing through the demonic beasts that tried to stop him as he continued to fly towards the tomb of the Great Void. Crack! Using the immortal wings, Yi Qinfeng killed countless demonic beasts. After flying for several hours, his sharp senses suddenly detected danger in the space in front of him. He flapped the immortal wings and dodged with all his might. The moment he dodged, a spatial crack that extended for several miles appeared. It released a terrifying destructive power, destroying the entire space. Phew, that was close. Although Yi Qinfeng had the ancestral artifact, the Undying Wings, to protect him if he was swallowed by the spatial crack, he would be severely injured. Just as he used the God-Eater brain senses to escape, the God-Eater brain, which was rapidly deducing, sensed danger again, forcing him to dodge again. In half an hour, Yi Qinfeng dodged dozens of times consecutively, dodging dozens of terrifying spatial cracks. However, while dodging, his flying speed was constantly reduced, greatly affecting his flying speed. As Yi Qinfeng forced his way through the chaotic space, the God-Eater brain, which was rapidly deducing, suddenly sensed danger approaching him. I didn't expect them to really chase after me. Sensing the aura of Mo Jushan and the others, the corners of Yi Qinfeng's mouth curled up slightly, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He glanced at the map and locked onto an extremely dangerous place marked on the map. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng used mirror image doppelganger, splitting out a mirror image and flying towards that dangerous place at an extremely fast speed. Meanwhile, his main body hid in the universe mirror and hid very well. Rumble. When Yi Qinfeng's mirror image doppelganger forcefully passed through the fragile space and approached that dangerous place, Mo Jushan relied on his absolute strength to close the distance between him and the mirror image doppelganger. He mobilized a powerful Dao will and attacked him from a distance. Under the bombardment of Dao will released by Mo Jushan, the fragile space constantly shattered, revealing cracks that contained destructive power that swallowed the mirror image doppelganger. In the chaotic space, the mirror image doppelganger flew rapidly without fear of death, slowly approaching the dangerous place hidden in the fragile space. Human Jr., you won't be able to escape today, even if you have wings. Mo Jushan's pupils constricted. 36 supreme-grade sky-piercing saint swords shot out of his body, quickly condensing into an extremely powerful sword formation. Endless sword intent poured out as it slashed towards Yi Qinfeng. Following closely behind, Mo Zheng also unleashed a destructive attack at this moment. The terrifying power collapsed the space within a radius of several kilometers, destroying the chaotic space. Crack! Unable to withstand the ancestral might released by Mo Jushan and the others, Yi Qinfeng's mirror image doppelganger cracked and fell into the collapsed space. Its flying speed was greatly affected. It shattered. Seeing the cracks on Yi Qinfeng's body, the three extremely battle-experienced Mo Jushan and the others felt that something was amiss. Just as they hesitated, the heavily injured mirror image doppelganger attacked the dangerous place not far away with all its might. Boom! Under the full-powered attack of the mirror image doppelganger, the dangerous place shattered. A terrifying energy erupted like a volcanic eruption, instantly annihilating the three of them. Not good, Dodge. Mo Jushan and the others' expressions changed drastically as they desperately tried to dodge. However, this energy was too terrifying. It instantly destroyed the space within a radius of several hundred kilometers, crushing their bodies like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It forced them to continuously use their life-saving trump cards and defend with all their might. After an unknown amount of time, Mo Jushan and the others relied on their powerful strength to tear through the destructive energy and escape. However, even though they had managed to escape, they had used up all of their life-saving trump cards. They had also suffered varying degrees of injuries. Among them, Mo Zheng's arms were shattered, and most of his meridians were broken. Sixth Elder Mo Xian's injuries were even more severe. His body was almost completely shattered, and he was barely alive. He was brought out by the bloody Mo Jushan and barely survived. Chapter 1757. 3 Demon Ancestors. I hope you're satisfied with this gift. Hearing the shocking explosion in the distance, Yi Qinfeng revealed a cold smile. He flapped his undying wings and continued to fly in the direction of the Tomb of the Great Void. According to the map, Yi Qinfeng passed through the chaotic space and continuously killed the dangers outside the Tomb of the Great Void. After 3 days and 3 nights, he finally arrived outside the Tomb of the Great Void. This is the Tomb of the Great Void. Looking at the illusory shadow in front of him that flowed with powerful flowing light, Yi Qinfeng could not help but reveal a trace of seriousness. He felt that the flowing light that enveloped the Tomb of the Great Void was extremely terrifying, enough to threaten him. Where is the entrance to the Tomb of the Great Void? Looking at the erratic tomb of the great void that gave off a dangerous feeling like a primordial beast, Yi Chen Feng did not dare to approach it rashly. He controlled the God-Eater brain to rapidly deduce and amplify his soul power. It seeped into the layers of restrictions to find the entrance to the tomb of the great void. After the God-Eater brain rapidly deduced for more than 2 hours, Yi Chen Feng suddenly opened his eyes. The 4 saint-level Tao diagrams spewed out of his body and quickly gathered above his head, transforming into an extremely powerful hand that covered the sky. With a terrifying destructive power, it ruthlessly pressed towards the tomb of the great void, wanting to blast open the entrance of the tomb of the great void. Rumble! Under the attack of the 4 saint-level Tao diagrams, the restrictions flowing around the tomb of the great void suddenly fluctuated violently. Countless black streams of light shot towards Yi Chen Feng like an extremely fast meteor shower. Undying wings disperse. Sensing the terrifying power of this black stream of light, Yi Chen Feng immediately ignited his primordial bloodline and raised the speed of his undying wings to the limit. He desperately fled into the distance, dodging the attack of the black meteor shower. The moment he dodged with all his might, the black meteor shower blasted a huge black hole where he had just been. The terrifying power destroyed everything. The God-Eater brain's deduction failed. Yi Chen Feng frowned slightly. He did not expect the God-Eater brain to deduce the location of the tomb of the great void wrong. He waited for the restrictions of the tomb of the great void to gradually calm down before carefully approaching it. He controlled the God-Eater brain to continue its deduction. That's not right. The God-Eater brain's deduction is correct. Yi Chen Feng repeatedly deduced for about a day. After confirming it, he felt that the location that the God-Eater brain had deduced was correct. The location that he had attacked just now was the entrance to the tomb of the great void. It seems that my attack power is not enough to penetrate the entrance of the tomb of the great void. Yi Chen Feng pondered for a moment and summoned the God-Fiend Torch Dragon, the Peacock King, and the other helpers. He prepared to gather everyone's strength and tear open the entrance of the great void tomb. The way of equipment manipulation. Yi Chen Feng summoned the plate of life and death and used the way of artifact control to activate the ancestral patterns on the plate of life and death. He instantly raised the power of the plate of life and death to the limit, releasing the terrifying power of life and death. He controlled the plate of life and death to attack the entrance of the tomb of the great void. The moment the plate of life and death attacked, the Chaos Divine Wood and the Saint-level Sword Soul also attacked the entrance of the tomb of the great void at the same time. The God-Fiend Torch Dragon, the Peacock King, and the others also used their strongest attacks to bombard the entrance of the tomb of the great void. Boom! 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 At the same time, under the strongest attacks of Yi Chen Feng and the others, the restriction that enveloped the tomb of the great void trembled violently. The black streams of light that flowed around the tomb of the great void kept shattering, forming a pitch-black spatial rift. Let's go! When the spatial rift appeared, Yi Chen Feng immediately summoned the God-Fiend Torch Dragon and the others back into the cosmos realm. They turned into a stream of light and rushed into the spatial rift. Ka! The moment Yi Chen Feng rushed into the spatial rift, he felt a spatial power that exceeded his imagination surging from all directions. It pressed down on him, wanting to crush him into pieces. Undying wings, full defense. Enduring the suffocating spatial pressure, Yi Chen Feng controlled the endless Tao power to continuously fuse into the undying wings, increasing the power of the undying wings. He protected his body tightly and desperately flew toward the end of the spatial rift. However, the spatial pressure in the spatial rift was too great. Even with the protection of the undying wings, he still could not withstand it. Cracks appeared on the bones in his body, and a large amount of blood seeped out of his skin. Spatial power weakened. Seeing that Yi Chen Feng's body was being squeezed out of shape and his flying speed was slowing down, He quickly deduced the God-Eater brain and used the spatial rules to weaken the spatial pressure that was squeezing him. About 6 hours later, Yi Qin-feng, who was struggling to move forward, finally passed through the spatial rift and fell into the tomb of the great void that was shrouded in thick black fog. Huff, huff, I'm finally in. Yi Qin-feng, who was covered in blood and whose body had been squeezed out of shape, let out a long sigh of relief. He lay on the ground that was filled with the aura of death and panted heavily. Thinking back to the scene just now, Yi Qin-feng still had lingering fear. If it were not for the protection of the undying wings and his comprehension of the 5th-level spatial rules, he might have died in the terrifying spatial rift. Yi Qin-feng lay on the ground and controlled the spiritual pearl of life to recover for several hours. After healing his injuries, he slowly stood up and looked around the surrounding space. Death Qi. He discovered that the tomb of the great void that was shrouded in black fog was filled with a thick death Qi. It constantly penetrated his pores and entered his body, corroding his internal organs. However, under the protection of the chaos divine wood, the death Qi in the tomb of the great void did not affect him at all. He took out the topographic map and confirmed the location. Following the map's markings, he flew into the depths of the tomb of the great void. There's an opportunity ahead. Following the markings on the map, Yi Qin-feng discovered that there was a place of opportunity not far ahead. However, that place of opportunity was marked as a 3-star danger zone on the map. Although Yi Qin-feng still did not know the difficulty of a 3-star danger zone, the map marked the highest difficulty as a 5-star danger zone. It was enough to show that the 3-star danger zone was no small matter. Screech, screech, screech. After Yi Qin-feng flew for a while, an ear-piercing ghost cry suddenly rang out. The god-devouring brain that was rapidly deducing sensed danger not far ahead and was approaching him. Blood skeleton, come out quickly. The blood skeleton was a member of the ghost clan and had the means to refine ghost gods. With a thought, he summoned the blood skeleton to deal with the ghosts in the tomb of the great void and borrow the power of the ghost gods to strengthen himself. After breaking through to a 1-star ghost god, the blood skeleton's strength had become extremely terrifying. Facing hundreds of legless ghosts that floated in the air with ferocious faces and murderous auras, the blood skeleton was not afraid at all. He continuously used the powerful inherited mystiques of the ghost clan. With the Transcendent Saint artifact in his hand, he attacked the ghosts that surrounded him and refined their power. Under the blood skeleton's all-out attack, a large number of ghosts were reduced to ashes. The pure ghost power that they turned into was all devoured by the blood skeleton to strengthen himself. Chapter 1758. Wanxiang Godfiend died in 17630, 000 years of the heavenly calendar, Tao Ancestor Realm. Looking at the words on the tombstone, Yi Qin-feng revealed a trace of surprise. He didn't expect that the person buried in this tomb was actually a fiend god of the Tao Ancestor Realm. Senior Torch Dragon, I found the ancestor of your God-fiend clan in the tomb of the Great Void. Yi Qin-feng summoned Torch Dragon with a thought. Ancestor Wanxiang. He was actually buried in the tomb of the Great Void. Looking at the words on the tombstone, Torch Dragon revealed a look of shock. Although Torch Dragon had lived for countless years, he could only be considered a junior compared to Wanxiang, who had died 17630, 000 years ago. Moreover, Wanxiang was very famous in the Godfiend clan and was one of the early experts who had broken through to the Ancestor Realm. If Wanxiang had not suddenly disappeared after breaking through to the Ancestor Realm, it was very likely that he would have become the cornerstone of the Godfiend clan and greatly increased their overall strength. Back then, the Godfiend Heavenly Crown, the ancestral artifact of the Godfiend clan, had also disappeared with Wanxiang. Senior, let's work together to break open this tomb and see if the corpse of Wanxiang Godfiend is hidden inside, Yi Qin-feng suggested when he saw Torch Dragon in deep thought. All right, Torch Dragon took a deep breath and came to his senses. He held the supreme grade, transcendent sacred artifact, Invincible Saber, and attacked the tomb of Wanxiang God Fiend together with Yi Qinfeng. Buzz! Buzz! After being attacked by Yi Qinfeng and the Fiend God Torch Dragon, the tall tombstone trembled and suddenly left the ground. It carried with it tens of billions of kilograms of power and restrictive light as it suppressed Yi Qinfeng and the Fiend God Torch Dragon. Life and death plate break. When the tombstone came crashing down, Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the life and death plate to meet it, erupting with destructive power and shattering the tombstone. The moment the tombstones were shattered by the life and death plate, the God-Fiend Torch Dragon slashed at the huge tombstones with his invincible saber. With one slash, he broke through the tombstone's restrictions and created a huge gap in the tombstones that were made of special materials. The tomb cracked open, and a powerful aura of death leaked out from the tomb, dyeing the entire space black. The next moment, a huge hand reached out of the hole in the tomb, slowly revealing a huge face. Ancestor Wanxiang, it really is Ancestor Wanxiang. Looking at the giant's face with a divine crown, Torch Dragon recognized him at a glance. He was Ancestor Wanxiang, who had disappeared for countless years. His appearance was exactly the same as in the ancient books. However, at this time, Celestial Demon Wanxiang had already become Ba, who only knew how to kill. Judging from the aura he exuded, his strength was equivalent to that of a one-star Dao ancestor. He posed a great threat to Yi Qinfeng and the others. A 3-star fortuitous opportunity is the ultimate 1-star Dao ancestor Ba. Then wouldn't a 4-star and 5-star fortuitous opportunity be even more terrifying? Yi Qinfeng had a vague understanding of the dangers in the tomb of the Great Void. Those who disturb this ancestor's slumber shall die. The celestial demon, Wanxiang, opened his blood-red eyes and shot out 2 beams of blood-red light. He was filled with killing intent. Damn it! What kind of power eroded my ancestor's body and turned him into a Ba? Torch Dragon's expression turned unsightly as he looked at the murderous celestial demon, Wanxiang. He felt that the tomb of the Great Void was not simple. It definitely hid a shocking mystery. Watch out! While Torch Dragon hesitated, Celestial Demon Wanxiang's huge hand, which was covered in green fur, suddenly reached out and transformed into a powerful aura of death that grabbed at Torch Dragon. Seeing that Torch Dragon was in danger, Yi Qinfeng summoned the primitive Dao fetus and controlled it to block Celestial Demon Wanxiang's path. He blasted out a series of powerful Dao intent fists, blocking Torch Dragon's attacks like shooting stars. Boom! When the 2 powerful forces collided, a powerful explosive force was produced, causing the entire space to tremble. Life and death plate break. While Celestial Demon Wanxiang and the primitive Dao fetus were fiercely attacking each other, Yi Qinfeng quickly evolved the 4 saint-level Dao diagrams. They turned into endless Dao intent that merged into the life and death plate, activating the strongest power of the life and death plate and attacking Celestial Demon Wanxiang. The life and death plate released the power of life and death. A rusty long spear appeared in Celestial Demon Wanxiang's hand and stabbed out forcefully, stabbing at the life and death plate. Instantly, more than 700 billion pounds of power erupted and crazily attacked the life and death plate, forcefully blocking the attack of the life and death plate. Chaos Divine would, Saint-level Sword Soul, attack. When the life and death plate was blocked by Celestial Demon Wanxiang, Yi Qinfeng used 2 more killer moves consecutively. He attacked Celestial Demon Wanxiang with all his strength and suppressed his attack. When Yi Qinfeng attacked with all his strength, Torch Dragon slashed with the invincible battle saber in his hand. Streaks of saber light that could destroy everything slashed down ferociously, fiercely attacking Celestial Demon Wanxiang, wanting to cut his body and injure him severely. Buzz! 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 Suddenly, The celestial demon crown on celestial demon Wanxiang's head shone with boundless defensive light, blocking Torch Dragon's saber light, Chaos Divine Wood, and Saint-level Sword Soul attacks. What a strong defense! Yi Qinfeng did not expect celestial demon Wanxiang's celestial demon crown to be so strong. It could even block the attacks of Chaos Divine Wood. He was surprised. Using the celestial demon crown to neutralize Yi Qinfeng and Torch Dragon's attacks, celestial demon Wanxiang merged with the celestial demon crown. The moment they merged with the crown, celestial demon Wanxiang's strength increased steadily. He instantly surpassed the limit of a 1-star Dao ancestor and reached the 2-star Dao ancestor realm. Dao of equipment manipulation. The moment celestial demon Wanxiang's strength increased, Yi Qinfeng did not hesitate to use the Dao of equipment manipulation. He activated more than 10,000 ancestral patterns on a life and death plate and unleashed his strongest attack on celestial demon Wanxiang. Under the life and death plate's strongest attack, a large area of space was shattered. The celestial demon crown's defenses were shattered as well. The invincible life and death plate smashed into celestial demon Wanxiang's body, shattering his flesh and sending him flying. Celestial demon Wanxiang was sent flying by the life and death plate. The primitive Dao embryo and Torch Dragon also unleashed their strongest attacks, bombarding celestial demon Wanxiang's shattered body and worsening his injuries, weakening his combat power. Roar! Roar! Die! Celestial demon Wanxiang's injuries worsened again and again, completely enraging him. He ignored his injuries and continued to attack fiercely with the celestial demon crown. However, Yi Qinfeng's 4 ancestral artifacts were extremely powerful. He borrowed their power to continuously attack celestial demon Wanxiang. Chaos Divine Would suppress. As the injuries of the 10,000 mammoths of gods and demons worsened, the Chaos Divine Would flew to the top of the 10,000 mammoths of gods and demons' head under Yi Qinfeng's control. Suddenly, extremely powerful 5-colored roots extended and wrapped around the heavenly crown of gods and demons, suppressing its power. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng, the primitive Dao embryo, and Torch Dragon continued to unleash ferocious attacks on celestial demon Wanxiang, suppressing his attacks and worsening his injuries. The battle between the 4 of them became more and more intense. The terrifying attacks continued to destroy the entire space, and the desolate land was destroyed beyond recognition. Under Yi Qinfeng's control of the 4 ancestral artifacts, the primitive Dao embryo and Torch Dragon's attacks, celestial demon Wanxiang's body started to shatter. His attacks were completely suppressed. Chaos Divine Would, life and death plate, double suppression. When the 10,000 forms of gods and demons were sent flying by one attack after another, Yi Qinfeng controlled the Chaos Divine Would and the life and death plate to suppress him, directly suppressing his body that was filled with a strong aura of death. Chapter 1759. This power, this myriad manifestations of gods and demons has yet to fully transform into a Ba. The God-Eater brain's power invaded myriad manifestations of gods and demon soul sea and discovered that it was extremely chaotic. It was extremely difficult to search his soul. However, as Yi Qinfeng tried again and again, he unexpectedly felt that myriad manifestations of gods and demons was still trying to maintain a shred of consciousness. However, the power of death that invaded his soul sea was too strong and was slowly eating away at his shred of consciousness. With this discovery, Yi Qinfeng was secretly delighted and decided to try to awaken myriad manifestations of gods and demons. Perhaps he could learn the secrets of the Tomb of Great Void from him. Chaos Divine Would devour demons. With a thought, Yi Qinfeng controlled the Chaos Divine Would to extend tens of thousands of 5-colored roots into myriad manifestations of gods and demon soul sea. They forcefully devoured the demonic aura in his soul sea and awakened myriad manifestations of gods and demons. God-Eater brain, guard the soul. When the chaos divine would devour the demonic aura in myriad manifestations of gods and demon soul see, it was met with intense resistance. Yi Qinfeng was afraid that this resistance was too strong and would tear apart myriad manifestations of gods and demon soul. He controlled the God-Eater brain to guard his soul and the last shred of consciousness. After about 5 days, under Yi Qinfeng's continuous efforts, the demonic aura in myriad manifestations of gods and demons' soul see continued to weaken. Yi Qinfeng gradually awakened myriad manifestations of gods and demons who had lost their consciousness and turned into a walking corpse. Myriad manifestations of gods and demons, wake up! Yi Qinfeng roared and forcefully awakened the last shred of consciousness in myriad manifestations of gods and demons' soul see. Who is it? Who woke me up? The celestial demon, Wanxiang, slowly opened his eyes and sat up. He looked at Yi Qinfeng and the celestial demon, Torch Dragon, and let out a deep voice that shook the entire space. Ancestor myriad manifestations, you're awake! Demon Torch Dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to awaken myriad manifestations of gods and demons who had turned into a ba. You're a god! Myriad manifestations of gods and demons sensed the bloodline aura in Demon Torch Dragon's body. Myriad manifestations of gods and demons said in a low voice, Yes, I am a god fiend. I was born more than 90 million years ago. The god fiend, Torch Dragon, suppressed the excitement in its heart and slowly said, Good. I didn't think that I would be able to see someone from my clan at the end of my life. The heavens have truly treated me well. The celestial and demon nature revealed a rare smile. Senior, how did you enter this place? How did you become a ba? Can you tell us the true secret of the tomb of the Great Void? Yi Qinfeng chimed in from the side. He wanted to ask about the secrets of the tomb of the Great Void while the myriad manifestations of gods and demons were still conscious. The tomb of the Great Void. This is actually a trap. Myriad forms of celestials said after a moment of contemplation. Trap. Yi Qinfeng looked surprised. Senior, can you give us a detailed explanation? All right. Seeing that you have awakened me, and that he is a member of the Godfiend clan, I will tell you what happened back then. I hope you can leave this place alive. Myriad manifestations of gods and demons took a deep breath and sank into deep memories. Back when I broke through to the progenitor realm, I accidentally learned of the existence of the Tomb of the Great Void. I brought my clan's ancestral artifact, the God-Fiend Heavenly Crown, here in hopes of obtaining the great opportunities in the Tomb of the Great Void to further increase my strength. But who would have thought that the Tomb of the Great Void was actually a huge scheme, a huge trap? I went through untold hardships to enter this place in search of great opportunities. But I was controlled by someone who called himself the Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper. Who is that? Yi Qinfeng asked in shock. The Grim Reaper called himself a traitor of the God Clan. He built the Tomb of the Great Void to attract a large number of experts and control them. He used the power of a large number of experts to cultivate a type of death demonic art. The Grim Reaper's strength was extremely terrifying. Even with my strength back then and the God Fiend Heavenly Crown, I was heavily injured in just a few rounds and was controlled by him. Myriad manifestations of gods and demons explained in detail. Then, Senior, according to what you know, how many people were controlled by him in ancient times? Yi Qinfeng did not expect that there would be such an evil existence in the Tomb of the Great Void, and a trace of unease arose in the depths of his heart. Many. Myriad manifestations of gods and demons continued. Many people were directly sucked dry by him. The reason why I was not sucked dry and became a ba was because, when he was about to suck me dry, a great enemy suddenly barged in and heavily injured him. Great enemy? Yi Qinfeng raised his eyebrows. Senior, I wonder who the Grim Reaper's great enemy is. The Grim Reaper's great enemy is the Void Divine Path, a mighty figure of the God clan who has 1 foot in the Void God realm. In that battle, they fought until the heavens fell and the earth cracked, and in the end, both sides were heavily injured. However, after that battle, the heavily injured Grim Reaper refined us into Ba, and he also fell into a deep slumber and has not appeared to date. Myriad manifestations of gods and demons said. In that case, the Grim Reaper might not be dead. Yi Chin Feng said with a serious expression. The Grim Reaper is a peak 6-star godly ancestor, and he won't die so easily. I think he should be in a deep slumber in the depths of the tomb of the Great Void, recovering from his injuries. Myriad manifestations of gods and demons said. By the way, Senior, do you know what great opportunities there are in the tomb of the Great Void? Knowing that the Grim Reaper existed in the tomb of the Great Void, Yi Chin Feng had the intention to retreat in his heart and asked, I also don't know the real opportunities in the tomb of the Great Void, but what I can be sure of is that there are ancestral weapons in the tomb of the Great Void, and there is more than one. Also, there should be a lot of energy that the Grim Reaper has not refined back then. As for other opportunities, I'm not sure. Myriad manifestations of gods and demons said. Ancestral weapons, energy. Yi Chin Feng's brows were tightly knitted together, and he was thinking about whether to take the risk. Come over here. While Yi Chin Feng was deep in thought, myriad manifestations of gods and demons called Torch Dragon over and said, Junior, after I die, I hope you can bring my bones back to the clan of gods and demons and bury me there, so that my soul can return to its homeland. Okay, I will definitely bring your bones back to the ancestral land of the clan of gods and demons and bury you there. Torch Dragon could sense that the flame of life in myriad manifestations of gods and demons was about to extinguish, and he knew that he did not have much time left, so he nodded and promised. Thank you. Myriad manifestations of gods and demons nodded and said gratefully, Before you die, let me give you a great opportunity. With that, myriad manifestations of gods and demons gave the ancestral weapon, the heavenly crown of gods and demons, to Torch Dragon. Then he used a secret method to forcibly condense the bloodline and energy in his body and directly poured it into Torch Dragon's body, increasing his strength and directly allowing him to step into the half-ancestor realm. Junior, I have already integrated all the essence in my body into your body. As long as you refine it, it will be enough for you to take the last step and break through to the ancestor realm. Myriad manifestations of gods and demons said weakly. His hair had turned white, his mountain-like body had withered, and his flame of life was about to extinguish. Thank you, ancestor. Torch Dragon knew how difficult it was to break through from the god realm to the ancestor realm, and he was even more aware of how precious this opportunity was. It could be said that myriad manifestations of gods and demons had used his life to help him. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to myriad manifestations of gods and demons, whose life was rapidly fading away. Listen to my advice. With your strength, it is not enough to uncover all the secrets of the tomb of the Great Void. You should leave as soon as possible. With that, myriad manifestations of gods and demons' life force disappeared. He sat on the ground in silence, and after a while he breathed his last. Chapter 1760. Ancestor. Sensing that the life aura of the God-Fiend manifestation had disappeared, the God-Fiend Torch Dragon revealed a ghostly expression. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Yi Chin Feng. He asked for a huge stone coffin from Yi Chin Feng and sealed the corpse of the God-Fiend manifestation in it, preparing to bring it back to the ancestral land of the God-Fiend clan to be buried. Chin Feng, should we listen to the ancestor and leave, or should we continue exploring the tomb of the Great Void? The God-Fiend Torch Dragon took a deep breath and calmed himself down. I want to continue exploring the tomb of the Great Void. Yi Chin Feng pondered for a moment and said, Although the tomb of the Great Void was filled with danger, and the mysterious death god was a great threat, the opportunities in the tomb were equally tempting, especially the energy that the death god had not completely refined. It was even more precious. If he could obtain it, Yi Chen-feng was confident that he could break through to the 3-star Tao God realm in a short period of time. Moreover, he guessed that the Devil Clan had set up an inescapable net outside the tomb of the Great Void. In order to kill him, Yi Chen-feng guessed that the Devil Clan would most likely send an even more terrifying ancestor-level expert. If he went out like this, he might also encounter danger. Also, the death god had not appeared for countless years and might have already died. Instead of going out and fighting with the Devil Clan, it was better to take the risk. All right, then, let's go. The God-fiend Torch Dragon did not retreat and said fearlessly, "Senior, go to the universe realm to cultivate first and try to break through to the Tao ancestor realm. If you encounter any trouble, I'll ask you for help." The tomb of the Great Void was too dangerous. Only when the God-fiend Torch Dragon broke through to the Tao ancestor realm could the danger be greatly reduced. All right, in your 20-fold time flow, I'll be able to break through to the Tao ancestor realm in at most a year. Although it was extremely difficult for a half-ancestor to transform into an ancestor-level expert, the God-fiend Torch Dragon had refined almost all of the essence of the God-fiend manifestation's power. The solid bottleneck of the realm had already loosened. He believed that as long as he cultivated for a period of time, he would definitely be able to break through to the ancestor-level realm. Could this tomb of the Great Void map have been left behind by the God-fiend? Yi Chen-feng looked at the detailed map in his hand. He had a feeling that this map was related to the God-fiend who had injured the death god. If this map was spread by divine Dao Su, then why did he spread this map? Suddenly, Yi Chen-feng felt that the existence of this map was not simple. There might be a great mystery hidden within it. After sorting out his thoughts, Yi Chen-feng used the map in his hand to lock onto the second 3-star opportunity land. He summoned his undying wings and flew over at an extremely fast speed. The deeper they went into the tomb of the Great Void, Yi Chen-feng felt that the aura of death in the air was getting thicker and thicker. It kept seeping into his body through his pores. If an ordinary person had a large amount of death qi invade their body, it was very likely that they would lose themselves and eventually become a ba. However, Yi Chen-feng had the protection of the Chaos Divine Wood. The death qi that invaded his body was completely devoured by the Chaos Divine Wood, unable to harm him at all. Soon, the extremely fast Yi Chen-feng followed the map's markings and passed through the thick fog of death. He arrived at the second 3-star opportunity land and discovered several thousand strangely shaped array stones that contained powerful array runes. And at the center of these several thousand array stones sat an old man with snow-white hair. His clothes had long since become elegant, revealing his withered body. And in his hands was a longbow inlaid with a dragon head and a chaos stone. Ancestral artifact. Seeing the longbow in the old man's hands, Yi Chen-feng's eyes brightened. He recognized that this longbow was definitely an ancestral artifact. However, the space the old man was in was enveloped by an extremely powerful array. If he wanted to obtain the ancestral artifact longbow in the old man's hands, he would first have to break through this array. Primitive Tao embryo. For the sake of caution, Yi Chen-feng summoned the primitive Tao embryo and entered the array with him. He attempted to break through the array and obtain the ancestral artifact longbow. Wang, wang, wang. When Yi Chen-feng and the embryo of Tao walked into the formation, the oddly shaped formation stones released dazzling beams of light, reaching straight into the sky. In the air, the dazzling light transformed into a powerful formation that was filled with a strong devil power. Waves of murderous array runes gushed out from the array and locked onto Yi Chen-feng and the primitive Tao embryo. God Eater Brain, deduce. Sensing the power of this demonic array, Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the God-Eater brain to deduce at an extremely fast speed in order to find an opportunity to break through the array. At this moment, the array runes gushed out like a tidal wave. With boundless demonic qi, they attacked Yi Qinfeng and the primitive Tao embryo, wanting to kill them for trespassing into the array. Life and death plate isolate the space. Yi Qinfeng burned his primordial blood. The 4 saint-level Tao diagrams gushed out from his body and fused into the life and death plate, activating the ancestral artifact in the life and death plate. The ancestral artifact isolated the entire space and continuously crushed the incoming array runes. Swish! When Yi Qinfeng controlled the life and death plate to isolate the space, large amounts of array runes fused into the body of the old man who was sitting cross-legged. Suddenly, the old man opened his tightly shut eyes. He pulled the dragon head ancestral bow in his hand and attacked Yi Qinfeng. As the old man thrust out his sword, a deep arrow mark appeared in the chaotic space. The terrifying destructive power made Yi Qinfeng feel a strong sense of danger. Saint-level sword soul fusion. At this crucial moment, Yi Qinfeng summoned the demon sealing sword. He controlled the saint-level sword soul to fuse into the sword and used all his strength to meet the old man's arrow. Ka! The 2 powerful attacks clashed together. The explosive power created endless sparks in the chaotic space. The terrifying power continued to shatter the entire space, causing it to tremble. Following that, large amounts of array runes fused into the old man's body. They controlled him to continue pulling the dragon head ancestral bow and attack Yi Qinfeng, increasing the pressure on Yi Qinfeng. However, with the demon sealing sword and the saint-level sword soul's defense, the old man's arrows could not harm Yi Qinfeng at all. The demon sealing sword completely blocked them. Primal chaos divine would break the array. As the demon sealing sword blocked with all its strength, the primal chaos divine would broke out of Yi Qinfeng's body. Under the endless supply of Tao power, the primal chaos divine would continue to expand until it became a towering tree. It covered the space above Yi Qinfeng's head. The 5-colored canopy swayed as it continuously tore apart the array formation's attacks. Yi Qinfeng relied on his powerful foundation to suppress the array formation. When the old man pulled the dragon head ancestral bow's attacks, the thousands of array foundation stones once again emitted large amounts of array runes. They fused into the rapidly deduced array formation, increasing the array formation's power. Following that, bone-chilling wails of ghosts rang out. Tens of thousands of ferocious ghosts flew out from the array formation. They opened their ferocious mouths and bit Yi Qinfeng. They wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Souls of the dead. Sensing that the attacking ghosts were formed from souls of the dead and contained extremely pure soul power, Yi Qinfeng did not let the primal chaos divine would tear them apart. Instead, he allowed them to come close and tear at his flesh. God-Eater brain, devour! As the large number of ghosts tore at him, Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to release a powerful devouring power. It drilled out of his body through his pores and continuously devoured the ghosts that tore at his body, turning them into nourishment for the God-Eater brain. Under the God-Eater brain's suppression, the ghosts that came out of the array formation could not harm Yi Qinfeng at all. Chapter 1761. Rumble. A large number of malicious ghosts became nourishment for the God-Eater brain. The rapidly spinning formation diagram fused with the power of the formation cornerstones and continued to evolve into an attack. It turned into bolts of extremely powerful heavenly lightning, striking towards Yi Qinfeng with shocking might. However, under the attacks of the Chaos Divine Wood, Life and Death Plate, and Undying Wings, the lightning bolts still couldn't hurt Yi Qinfeng. As the God-Eater brain continued to devour the evil spirits with pure soul power, it started to evolve rapidly, and its evolving ability became more and more terrifying. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds rang out. The old man who was pulling the dragon head ancestral bow continuously had his eyes shining brightly. A power that shocked Yi Qinfeng erupted from his body and fused with the rapidly evolving array diagram. In the next moment, the array cornerstones shattered one after another, turning into the purest array patterns that flowed in the chaotic space and fused into the old man's body. Ancestral rhyme. This old man is an ancestor-level expert. After fusing with the array patterns formed by the exploding array cornerstones, a powerful ancestral rhyme aura emanated from the old man's body. The ancestral rhyme was completely awakened. The old man suddenly soared into the sky and fused the powerful ancestral rhyme power into the dragon head ancestral bow. He activated the ancestral bow's attack and shot out a shocking arrow towards Yi Qinfeng. Primitive Tao embryo block. The power of the arrow shot by the old man was dozens of times stronger than the previous ancestral bow. Yi Qinfeng sensed an extremely dangerous aura. He had no choice but to order the primitive Tao embryo to block in front of him and use the demon sealing sword to block the attack. Wow! The demon sealing sword clashed with the terrifying ancestral bow. In an instant, the shock wave was transmitted into the primitive Tao embryo. Although it couldn't hurt its body, it was forced back 3 steps, leaving 3 deep footprints on the ground. Primitive Tao embryo, kill him! Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank as he locked onto the old man who seemed to have come back to life and ordered loudly. Receiving Yi Qinfeng's order, the primitive embryo of Tao ignored the attacks launched by the formation. Holding the devil sealing sword, it flew up into the air and launched a fierce attack on the old man. The ferocious attacks became more and more intense, destroying the entire space as they rushed towards Yi Qinfeng's body. However, Yi Qinfeng's physical defense was strong enough, and with the protection of the undying wings, he was able to withstand the impact of the destructive power. He controlled the God-Eater brain to devour all the evil spirits that got close to him. He quickly deduced the powerful array diagram, looking for an opportunity to break the array. Found it. Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain, whose deduction ability was rapidly increasing. After deducing for several hours, he found an opportunity to break the formation. He immediately controlled the Chaos Divine Wood to attack. Rumble. Under the full force attack of the Chaos Divine Wood's 5-colored treetop, the rapidly deduced formation diagram began to tremble. A large number of formation patterns that formed the formation diagram began to crack, greatly weakening the formation diagram's power. Life and death plate break. Just as a Chaos Divine Wood was continuously attacking the weak points of the formation diagram, Yi Qinfeng controlled the life and death plate to crash into it. The terrifying collision force and the power of life and death directly penetrated the weak points of the formation diagram, directly shattering the offensive formation diagram that was continuously attacking. The offensive formation diagram shattered, and all the formation stones that formed the offensive formation diagram also shattered at this moment, turning into formation patterns that filled the sky. At this moment, the old man opened his mouth and crazily devoured the shattered formation stones like a whale. The formation patterns turned into formation patterns that merged into his body and strengthened his body. Art of equipment manipulation, life and death plate break. Seeing the old man devouring a large number of formation patterns and his body beginning to swell, Yi Qinfeng decisively used the art of equipment manipulation and activated the strongest attack of the life and death plate. Like a meteorite that was filled with the power of life and death, it ruthlessly crashed into the old man's bloated body. Under the all-out attack of the life and death plate, a large amount of power passed through the cracks on the old man's body and leaked out of his body, destroying his body structure. At this moment, the power in his body was in chaos. Seizing this rare opportunity, Yi Qinfeng and the primitive Tao fetus flew up into the sky and controlled the powerful ancestral weapon to attack the old man's body ferociously, worsening his injuries. They wanted to seize this rare opportunity to destroy him in one fell swoop and obtain the precious dragon head ancestral bow. The old man's strength was extremely terrifying when he was alive. He was a genuine demon ancestor. Under the suppression of his saint nucleus, the chaotic power in his body was slowly suppressed. However, his injuries continued to worsen under the attacks of Yi Chen Feng and the primitive Tao fetus. His left arm was even shattered by the life and death plate. With his left arm shattered, the old man, who only knew how to kill and not feel pain, immediately controlled his left arm to shatter. It turned into a blood mist that fused into the dragon head ancestral bow, increasing its power. In an instant, he pulled the ancestral bow and shot out 8 arrows towards Yi Chen Feng and the primitive Tao fetus. Boundless chaos! When the old man shot out 8 arrows in an instant, Yi Chen Feng fused with the primal chaos divine wood and unleashed the boundless great Tao, filled with the power of primal chaos. It was like a distant river of stars, shattering the ancestor arrows that were extremely deadly. After the ancestral arrows clashed fiercely in the boundless great Tao for several breaths of time, they forcibly broke through the boundless great Tao and shot towards Yi Chen Feng. At this time, the primitive Tao fetus merged with the demon sealing sword and slashed out an invincible attack that directly shattered the ancestral arrows, breaking the old man's attack. Senior Torch Dragon, Peacock King, Blood Skull, Summer Pattern Butterfly, and Spirit Fish, the 3 saint beasts, come out and help. In order to kill the old man as soon as possible, Yi Chen Feng called out 8 helpers, each controlling their strongest weapons and treasures to attack the old man. Under everyone's frenzied attacks, the old man's legs were shattered, leaving only his right hand holding the dragon head ancestral bow. However, this did not affect his attacks. He continued to control the blood chi in the void, fusing it into the dragon head ancestral bow and shooting ancestral arrows at Yi Chen Feng. Time slowly ticked by. Yi Chen Feng gathered everyone's strength and fought fiercely with the old man, who did not fear death for 1 day and 1 night. Finally, with everyone's strength, they broke the old man's body and killed him, obtaining the old man's source of power, the Saint Core, and the dragon head ancestral bow. Drip blood to claim ownership. After obtaining the dragon head ancestral bow, Yi Chen Feng immediately bit his finger and dripped his grand mist blood into the dragon head ancestral bow, attempting to claim ownership of the dragon head ancestral bow. Although the dragon head ancestral bow was an ancestral artifact, it could not withstand the invasion of grand mist blood. Soon, Yi Chen Feng established a spiritual connection with the dragon head ancestral bow. Mid-grade ancestral artifact. After learning the dragon head ancestral bow's grade, Yi Chen Feng revealed a satisfied smile. Even in the void god world, this kind of treasure could cause a huge commotion, attracting ancestral artifact experts to fight over it. Everyone come back! After dripping his blood to claim ownership, Yi Chen Feng stored the dragon head ancestral bow into his body, refining it, and sent everyone back to the universe realm. Chapter 1762. Saint Core Refine. Yi Chen Feng took out the demon ancestor's Saint Core and spat out the true spirit, sacred fire, to refine it. He forcefully expelled the demon heart in the Saint Core and cut open the skin on his chest. He pressed the Saint Core into his chest and quickly refined it. Time flew by. Yi Chen Feng and the others hid in the universe realm and patiently cultivated to increase their strength. At the same time, just as Yi Chen Feng had guessed, the 3 demon ancestors had failed to kill Yi Chen Feng. They immediately mobilized their troops and asked the demon ancestor of the void god realm for help. They also invited the 3 demon ancestors to set up an inescapable net outside the tomb of the great void, waiting for Yi Chen Feng to come out and kill him. Third Elder, you said that the kid is very familiar with the tomb of the great void? An old man in a dark golden robe, with thick black eyebrows and a murderous look on his square face, sat on a huge warship and questioned with a dignified expression. This old man was the great elder of the Void God Realm's demon clan, Mo Goofing. He was a 4-star demon ancestor expert and was a top existence in the Void God Realm. Very few people dared to provoke him. Reporting to Great Elder, "I'm sure that the kid is very familiar with the Tomb of the Great Void. Otherwise, with his 2-star Tao God strength, he wouldn't dare to barge into the periphery of the Tomb of the Great Void before the space of the Tomb of the Great Void stabilized." Although they were both elders of the demon clan, Mo Goofing was the leader of the elders. Mo Yueshan couldn't help but reveal a respectful expression when facing him. No matter who he is, if he dares to go against the demon clan and touch the Tomb of the Great Void, I'll make him die without a burial place. Mo Goofing's eyes shot out a thick, murderous aura, as if Yi Qinfeng's life and death were already in his control. Time flew, and soon 2 years had passed. 2 years in the outside world was 400 years in the universe realm. In these 400 years, Yi Qinfeng successfully refined the demon ancestors' Saint Core of the demon clan, broke through the bottleneck of the realm, and reached the 3-star Tao God realm. Moreover, his comprehension of Tao insight had also improved greatly after refining the devil ancestors' Saint Core. However, he was still unable to open the 5th level of the universe realm. The Fiend God Torch Dragon had refined the Fiend God power that myriad manifestations had poured into his body, triggering the dreadful ancestor-level divine punishment. With the help of the divine punishment, he had stepped into the ancestor-level realm and become a bona fide 1-star Tao ancestor, awakening many powerful inherited memories. Although the God-Fiend Torch Dragon had just made a breakthrough, the God-Fiend Heavenly Crown had been given to him by the God-Fiend Nature manifestation. With this ancestral artifact, the God-Fiend Torch Dragon was completely capable of fighting against a 2-star Tao ancestor. It's time to continue exploring the Tomb of the Great Void. After completely refining the Saint Core and cultivating his strength to the peak of the 3-star Tao God Realm, Yi Qinfeng did not waste any more time. He left the universe realm and flew toward the 3rd 3-star legacy land according to the map. After making a breakthrough in his realm, Yi Qinfeng's flying speed had greatly increased. Soon, he flew to the 3-star legacy land and saw a huge skeleton with a wingspan of more than 1,000 meters. Its scattered bones were flowing with white light. In the skeleton's chest, there was a feather fan that was several feet long. It seemed to be refined from feathers and exuded a powerful ancestral aura. "Peacock King, come out quickly." Looking at the huge skeleton in front of him, Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the Peacock King. "Peacock King, can you tell whether this skeleton is real or fake?" Yi Qinfeng pointed at the huge skeleton of the demonic beast under his feet and asked, "Golden winged rock, this seems to be the skeleton of a golden winged rock." The Peacock King carefully identified the huge skeleton and revealed a look of horror. Golden winged rock was extremely rare in the Void God realm, and the one who competed with the immortal demon ancestor was the Golden Rock demon ancestor. It was enough to show how noble the bloodline of the Golden Winged Rock was. "So it's the skeleton of a golden winged rock." Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself, "Let's go down and subdue it. Let's split the skeleton of this golden winged rock equally." "Thank you, young Master Yi." Although the golden winged rock had been dead for countless years, from the flowing white light of its skeleton, the energy in its skeleton was still abundant. If they could refine it, they would benefit greatly. When Yi Qinfeng and the Peacock King approached, a mysterious array appeared around the skeleton of the golden winged rock. Countless array patterns crazily fused into the skeleton of the golden winged rock, engraving large amounts of dark golden words. Screech, 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 following which the skeleton of the golden winged rock seemed to have come alive. It let out a piercing screech at Yi Qinfeng and the Peacock King. Primordial bloodline, burn. The golden winged rock was activated by the ancient array. Yi Qinfeng did not hesitate to burn his powerful bloodline and trump card, instantly raising his strength to the peak. He summoned the life and death plate and faced the Peacock King with the white bone scepter. Boom! In a head-on clash, Yi Qin-feng and the Peacock King experienced the strength of the golden-winged rock skeleton. Its skeleton's toughness surpassed that of a supreme-grade, transcendent saint artifact. The life and death plate was unable to harm it at all. However, after cultivating for 400 years, Yi Qin-feng had a deeper understanding of the life and death plate, unlocking many of his heaven-defying abilities. Life and death plate, reverse life and death. The golden-winged rock's skeleton flapped its huge wings and continued to attack. Yi Qin-feng immediately summoned the 4 saint-level Tao diagrams and fused them into the life and death plate, activating the life and death plate to release the power of life and death. It directly broke into the skeleton of the golden-winged rock, breaking through the deathly aura within its body and weakening its battle prowess. Screech! The life and death plate was the nemesis of all inanimate objects. After being attacked by the power of life and death released by the life and death plate, the golden-winged rock skeleton let out a painful cry. At this moment, the Peacock King activated the power of the white bone scepter, controlling the bone skulls to attack the golden-winged rock skeleton, suppressing its attack. Tao of Artifact Control Break. When the golden-winged rock skeleton could no longer withstand the power of life and death released by the life and death plate, Yi Qin-feng used the Tao of Artifact Control, activating the strongest power of the life and death plate. It bombarded the golden-winged rock skeleton like a mountain. A large amount of power of life and death surged into its body like a tidal wave, shattering the life and death structure within its body. Ka. Under the strongest attack of the life and death plate, the golden-winged rock's life and death structure completely shattered. Countless runes were also crushed by the life and death plate. Boom! The golden-winged rock's skeleton suddenly shattered in midair, turning into white bones that filled the sky. They scattered on the ground and piled up into a small mountain. Peacock King, quickly put away that feather fan. After easily destroying the golden-winged rock skeleton with the help of the life and death plate, Yi Qin-feng immediately asked the Peacock King to put away the feather fan that seemed to be an ancestral artifact. He then spat out a large amount of true spirit sacred fire, crazily melting the golden-winged rock skeleton and refining its pure energy. The Peacock King's body flowed with the bloodline of a divine beast, and its bloodline grade was extremely high. It didn't spend much effort to put away the feather fan and came to the golden-winged rock skeleton. It spat out a large amount of life flame, refining the essence of the skeleton into its body. Time passed day by day. Yi Qin-feng and the Peacock King tirelessly refined the golden-winged rock skeleton, devouring its essence to increase their strength. As Yi Qin-feng had just broken through to the 3-star Tao God Realm, he wasn't in a hurry to break through to the 4-star Tao God Realm. He quickly activated the divine change of 9 transformations, refining the essence of the golden-winged rock skeleton into his acupoints to break through to the celestial body realm. If he could cultivate to the celestial body realm, then his physical body would undergo a qualitative change, and his battle strength would increase greatly. The golden-winged rock was a heaven realm ancestral beast, which was equivalent to a demon ancestor. The energy contained within its skeleton was extremely vast. Yi Qin-feng activated the divine change of 9 transformations and patiently refined 1/3 of the skeleton. He felt his physical body begin to undergo a qualitative change. Finally, Yi Qin-feng spent more than half a year to refine nearly half of the golden-winged rock skeleton, successfully causing his physical body to undergo a qualitative change. He reached the powerful celestial body realm, and his physical strength directly exceeded 100 billion gene. Phew, I finally reached the celestial body realm. After reaching the celestial body realm, Yi Qin-feng let out a long sigh of relief. He didn't waste any more time and put the Peacock King and the remaining golden-winged rock skeleton into the universe realm before flying to his next target. Chapter 1763. Time flew by, and another year had passed. During this year, Yi Qinfeng traversed an extremely vast area of the Tomb of Great Void and utilized the life and death disk to annihilate a large amount of undead. He obtained the treasures of the 4 3-star inheritance sites marked on the topographic map, 2 ancestral artifacts, an extremely precious ancestral core, and a pool of heaven-returning elixir that possessed the ability to bring the dead back to life. Whereas the Peacock King refined a portion of the golden-winged rock's bones and completed a qualitative leap, breaking through to the 6-star demon god realm. I've annihilated all the 3-star inheritance sites marked on the map, so I can only go take a look at the 4-star inheritance sites next. Yi Qinfeng put away the extremely precious ancestral core into the universe mirror, then glanced at the markings on the map before flying towards the 4-star inheritance site that was closest to him. When flying towards the 4-star inheritance site, Yi Qinfeng encountered quite a bit of trouble as he encountered the terrifying storm of death. But the defense of the universe mirror was extremely terrifying, and Yi Qinfeng hid within it and easily withstood the storm of death before slowly arriving outside an ancient tomb that concealed a 4-star inheritance site in the depths of the Tomb of Great Void. Dao Insight Stone Tablet. Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up as he looked at the enormous stone tablet that stood outside the ancient tomb. Even though this Dao Insight Stone Tablet was practically useless to him with his current comprehension of Dao Insight, but if he took this Dao Insight Stone Tablet to the outside world, he would absolutely be able to exchange it for many good things. Yi Qinfeng swept the enormous Dao Insight Stone Tablet with his gaze before shooting his gaze towards the group of tombs that were the size of a small hill and suffused with the aura of death. What kind of existence will be guarding this 4-star inheritance site? Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself as he walked step by step towards the group of tombs. Human, how did you arrive here? Yi Qinfeng had just approached the enormous group of tombs when a deep voice suddenly sounded out and entered into his ears, and the voice was so loud that it shook his eardrums to the point it hurt. Almighty Ancestor Stage Expert. Hearing the voice coming from the tombs, Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly. Although he could not determine the true strength of the Supreme Being in the tombs through the voice, he was certain that the terrifying existence he was about to face was probably the strongest he had encountered so far. Fortunately, he, the Fiend God, Torch Dragon, and the Peacock King had all broken through to the next realm. Coupled with the life and death plate's ability to restrain inanimate objects, they were not completely powerless even when facing a 2-star ancestor realm expert. Don't hide anymore. Come out quickly. With a thought in Yi Qinfeng's mind, the saint-level sword spirit flew out of his sea of soul, unleashing a beam of red light in midair. With a single slash, the sword spirit broke the seal that enveloped the tomb, creating a huge hole in the tomb. A large amount of death power gushed out from the hole. Lowly human, you've got guts, daring to destroy my tomb. This ancestor will tear you apart. An angry roar resounded from the tomb as a man clad in ancient bronze armor walked out from the tomb, glaring angrily at Yi Qinfeng as he spoke in a menacing voice. He was holding a 3-meter-long sword with a dragon head ancestral sword embedded in its hilt. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, and his deep eyes shone with a demonic light. 3-star ancestor realm expert. Although Yi Qinfeng could not identify his race, he could determine his true strength from the terrifying aura emitted from his body, and could not help showing a dignified expression. The difference in strength between ancestor realm experts was enormous. Yi Qinfeng and the others could kill a 2-star ancestor realm expert if they joined forces, but they were no match for a 3-star ancestor realm expert. Die! The ancient armored man roared and slashed the 3-meter-long dragon head ancestral sword at Yi Qinfeng, wanting to kill Yi Qinfeng for disturbing his slumber. Primitive Tao fetus! At this critical moment, Yi Qin-feng summoned the primitive Tao fetus and controlled it to block in front of him. He held the demon-sealing sword in his hand to block the invincible sword light. Life and death plate. Reverse life and death. While the primitive Tao fetus was blocking the ancient armored man's attack, Yi Qin-feng summoned the life and death plate and activated the ancestral runes on the plate to attack the ancient armored man. He wanted to use the power of the life and death plate to destroy the death aura in his body and weaken his combat strength. What kind of power is this? The moment the life and death plate hit the ancient armored man's body, it was blocked by the ancient armor he was wearing. The power of life and death released by the life and death plate was also restrained by a mysterious power in the ancient armored man's body and could not harm him at all. While Yi Qin-feng was still in shock, the ancient armored man's sword light sent the primitive Tao fetus flying a few thousand meters away. Senior Torch Dragon, quickly come out and help me. After the life and death plate's attack failed, Yi Qin-feng immediately summoned the divine fiend Torch Dragon and attacked the ancient armored man with him. During the battle, Yi Qin-feng and the divine fiend Torch Dragon used all their trump cards and raised their combat strength to the maximum. Even with the help of the primitive Tao fetus, they were still suppressed by the ancient armored man. So powerful, this ancient armored man's combat strength is really strong. Yi Qin-feng was shocked as the battle went on. He had almost used all his trump cards, including the power of life that had merged with the celestial demon Heavenly Crown and the primitive Tao fetus. However, he still could not hurt the ancient armored man. This man is definitely not someone we can defeat. Sensing the terror of the ancient armored man, Yi Qin-feng wanted to retreat. He decisively sent the injured divine fiend Torch Dragon and the primitive Tao fetus into the Qin-kuan realm. Then he flapped his immortal wings and flew away at an extremely fast speed. Where do you think you're going? Seeing Yi Qin-feng suddenly running away, the ancient armored man roared and mobilized the power of space to attack Yi Qin-feng from all directions, increasing his flying speed. Immortal wings, go through! The terrifying power of space attacked him. Yi Qin-feng activated the power of the immortal wings and flew away at an extremely fast speed. Yi Qin-feng had the protection of the immortal wings, so the power of space could not hurt him at all. However, his flying speed was affected. The ancient armored man was constantly closing the distance between them. Where should I go to get rid of him? Yi Qin-feng felt that he would not be able to shake off the ancient armored man's pursuit in a short time. The tomb of the Great Void was extremely dangerous. He did not dare to barge in recklessly. Immediately, he took out the map and looked for a way to escape. This place. Yi Qin-feng quickly scanned the map and locked on to a place not far from him. There was no star rating on the map. He immediately sped up and flew towards it. Ow, ow! Lowly human, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will tear you apart. The ancient armored man let out a ferocious roar and closed the distance between him and Yi Qin-feng. He held the dragon head ancestral sword in his hand and continuously slashed at Yi Qin-feng from a distance. Powerful sword rays intertwined and attacked Yi Qin-feng's body. Just as Yi Qin-feng was about to be annihilated by the armored man's continuous attacks, the undying wings suddenly sped up and increased Yi Qin-feng's speed. In an instant, Yi Qin-feng dodged to the limit, dodging the sword shadows that filled the sky and continued to fly into the distance. Slowly, Yi Qin-feng approached the area marked on the map. However, when the God-Eater brain extended over, Yi Qin-feng was dumbfounded. He realized that there was nothing in the distance. There was no area marked on the map at all. Chapter 1764. No, the map is right. It's just that the entrance to that place is sealed. With the help of the God-Eater brain, Yi Qin-feng could vaguely sense the aura of the entrance. He immediately summoned the Space Swallower and ordered it to break through the entrance. Although Yi Qin-feng didn't know what was inside this place marked on the map, For some reason, he had a feeling that if he entered this place, he might have a chance to escape from the man in ancient armor. Oh, lowly human, die! While Yi Chin Feng was protecting the space swallower, a ferocious roar could be heard. The man in ancient armor attacked with the dragon head ancestral sword. The terrifying sword radiance was like mercury flowing down the ground, splitting the space. With the power to destroy everything, he wanted to cut Yi Chin Feng in half. Primitive embryo of Tao, block it! The man in ancient armor's attack was too powerful. Yi Chin Feng did not dare to take it head-on. He decisively summoned the primitive embryo of Tao and lent it the life and death plate. He used all his strength to block the attack. Boom! The man in ancient armor slashed the life and death plate in front of the primitive embryo of Tao. The explosive force passed through the life and death plate and into the primitive embryo of Tao. The primitive embryo of Tao lost control of its body and was forced to retreat. Oh! After the sword strike, the ancient armored man's body suddenly expanded. He let out an earth-shattering roar. The terrifying roar reverberated in all directions, causing the void to tremble as it blasted into Yi Chin Feng's soul sea. However, Yi Chin Feng's sea of soul was guarded by the God-Eater brain. It swallowed the man's roar, the way of equipment manipulation, godless sword. The ancient armored man was shocked. Yi Chin Feng had endured his attack and was unaffected. Yi Chin Feng had decisively used the Tao of equipment manipulation to activate the 800+ ancestral markings in the demon sealing sword. He had also awakened the demon sealing sword's demon spirit, allowing it to increase the demon sealing sword's attack power. When the sword stabbed out, the heavens and the earth were dark. In the blink of an eye, the entire space was pitch black. All that was left was the invincible divine sword that pierced through the sky and spat out the power of the great path. It pierced toward the chest of the man in ancient armor. The sword was so fast that the armor man had no time to dodge. When Yi Chin Feng used Soulless to stab into the chest of the armored man, the 4 saint-level Tao diagrams and more than 300 billion genes of strength instantly erupted, piercing through the man's armor and into his body. Ao! Having his body pierced by Yi Chin Feng's sword completely enraged the armored man. He continued to roar in anger and swung the dragon head ancestral sword at Yi Chin Feng, wanting to cut him into pieces. However, Yi Chin Feng's movement speed was too fast. He flapped his wings violently, stirring up gusts of wind. He dodged to the side and avoided the man's attack. Swish! 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 After dodging the attack, Yi Chin Feng increased his speed to the limit. The flow of time also increased tenfold. Dazzling afterimages appeared in the void. They were like bolts of lightning as they attacked the armored man fiercely, shattering all space. After being continuously attacked by Yi Chin Feng, who was moving at an astonishing speed, the ancient armored man, who was under immense pressure, immediately unleashed his ultimate move. He exploded all the will in his body, forming a power that was like a volcanic eruption. It directly destroyed the space within a radius of several miles, and directly engulfed Yi Chin Feng, who was attacking at his limit. After being attacked by the armored man's shattering all space, Yi Chin Feng immediately used the 100 layers of space to defend himself. However, the man's move was too powerful. The 100 layers of space could not withstand it at all. Yi Chin Feng could only hide in the Qinkuan realm. Buzz! The moment Yi Chin Feng entered the Qinkuan realm, the armored man immediately sensed the existence of the Qinkuan realm. He held the dragon head ancestral sword in his hand and stabbed at the Qinkuan realm. The terrifying attack caused the Qinkuan realm to tremble violently. A large number of defensive restrictions were shattered. So powerful! This armored man's attack is too powerful. I activated the 4th level defensive restrictions of the Qinkuan realm, but I still could not withstand his attack. feeling that the restrictions of the Qinkuan realm were shattered by the armored man's sword. Yi Qinfeng was shocked. He did not dare to hide in the Qinkuan realm anymore. He quickly left the Qinkuan realm and appeared outside. He used his fastest speed to deal with the armored man and stall for time. At this moment, the primitive embryo of Tao also attacked with the life and death plate. It restricted the armored man's attack and prevented him from attacking Yi Qinfeng with all his strength, shattering all space. After a series of attacks, the armored man still could not hit Yi Qinfeng. The infuriated armored man once again attacked Yi Qinfeng with a killer move with a large range. He forced Yi Qinfeng to hide in the Qinkuan realm again and seek protection. Yi Qinfeng and the primitive embryo of Tao attacked the armored man more fiercely. Although Yi Qinfeng used the immortal wings to dodge the armored man's killer moves, his injuries were still worsening. Streams of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, under the devouring of the space swallowers, the entrance to the mysterious space was slowly being opened. Go to hell! When Yi Qinfeng was sent flying by the armored man stepped on the void and appeared above Yi Qinfeng's head. In an instant, he slashed out 10 times with his sword, which covered the entire space, and slashed at Yi Qinfeng like a waterfall. He wanted to cut Yi Qinfeng into pieces. Qinkuan realm, full defense. Yi Qinfeng had no choice but to hide in the Qinkuan realm again. He used the powerful defense of the Qinkuan realm to block the 10 sword attacks of the armored man. Ka. After withstanding the 10 sword attacks, the Qinkuan realm kept on cracking. The terrifying power penetrated the defense of the Qinkuan realm and kept on tearing the first level of the Qinkuan realm. However, Xia Wendi, Ling Yu, and the others were in the 4th level of the Qinkuan realm. The tearing of the first level of the Qinkuan realm did not affect them. Space swallowers, how much longer do you need to break through the entrance? Yi Qinfeng asked the space swallowers through telepathy as the Qinkuan realm was severely damaged. Master, give me another 30 minutes, and I will be able to open the entrance. The space swallowers replied through telepathy. Okay. Yi Qinfeng gritted his teeth and left the realm of universe again, using the endless Tao energy, the speed of the immortal wings, and the defense of the primitive fetus of Taoism. He circled around the ferocious armored man and stalled for time. As time passed, Yi Qinfeng's injuries became more and more serious. Just as he was about to be unable to withstand the fierce attacks of the armored man, the space swallower finally pierced through the space entrance that was sealed by layers of restrictions. Let's take the risk. I hope this space has the power to kill the armored man. After the entrance was opened, Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and flew into the entrance with the primitive embryo of Tao without hesitation. They disappeared in an instant. Chapter 1765. This is the divine dragonwood, one of the top 10 ancient trees. Yi Qinfeng forced his way through the space entrance and came to an independent space with extremely rich heaven's spiritual qi. In the center of this space, there was an ancient tree that looked like a divine dragon. It had a thick trunk and a lush crown. It exuded a strong dragon's aura. This ancient tree was the divine dragon wood, one of the top 10 ancient trees in the universe. It was second only to the top 3 ancient trees. Under the divine dragon wood, a man in a dark golden robe was sitting cross-legged. There was no aura around him as if he had died long ago. For some reason, when Yi Qinfeng looked at the man under the divine dragonwood from afar, he felt a strong sense of danger from his withered body. It was as if he was not dead and could take his life at any time. After waiting for a while, Yi Qinfeng found that the man in ancient armor did not follow him. After hesitating for a while, he held the demon-sealing sword in his hand and the chaos divine wood floating above his head. He slowly approached the man with the primitive Taoist embryo. Ancestral vein, the aura of the ancestral vein. Yi Qinfeng was surprised when he got close to the man under the tree. The god-devouring brain, which was rapidly deducing, had sensed the aura of the ancestral vein under the divine dragonwood. This ancestral vein was extremely powerful, far more powerful than the ancestral veins of the Clear Sky Clan and Sky Clan. If the primitive Taoist embryo could devour it, it would definitely be able to reach the 2-star Taoist ancestor realm. The divine dragonwood and the ancestral vein were very attractive to Yi Qinfeng. However, Yi Qinfeng did not act rashly. At this time, his attention was on the man under the tree. He wanted to know whether he was dead or alive. Hong Meng blood, chaos divine wood, interesting. I didn't expect that after waiting for so many years, such a monster would come. When Yi Qinfeng controlled the god-devouring brain to penetrate the man's body, a deep voice suddenly sounded in Yi Qinfeng's soul sea. This voice was so strong that it shook Yi Qinfeng's soul. You are not dead." Yi Qinfeng's expression changed slightly. He could not help but take 3 steps back and put up his guard. "Don't be nervous. If I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago." The man's voice continued to sound in Yi Qinfeng's soul sea. "Senior, are you an empty divine path expert?" Yi Qinfeng stared at the man, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. "I didn't expect you to know me. It seems that you have some sort of relationship with my god clan." Shen Daoxiu suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. 2 piercing rays of light pierced straight into Yi Qinfeng's body, prying into his entire body. Junior's mother is also a member of the celestial race, Yi Qinfeng said as several thoughts flashed through his mind. "Really? Who is your mother?" Shen Daoxiu asked in a low voice. "My mother is called Shen Yaotian. She was once the holy maiden of the god race," Yi Qinfeng said truthfully. "Yao Tian. You're saying you're Yao Tian and Yi Wuji's son," Shen Daoxiu said in surprise. "Senior knows my parents. Although Shan Yao Tian was the holy maiden of the god race, her age and seniority were far inferior to Shen Daoxiu's. Logically speaking, Shen Daoxiu should not have known her." "That's right. When I entered the tomb of the Great Void and killed the Death God, I left behind a clone in the god race. As a result, I know very well what happened to the god race after that, including the destruction of the god race." Shen Daoxiu nodded and said, "Junior, your parents obtained the primordial blood and chaotic divine wood from the ancient path of stars, right?" "Yes, my parents obtained these 2 treasures from the ancient path of stars and gave them to me." Yi Qinfeng nodded. "Looks like Yi Wuji and Yao Tian value you a lot." Shen Daoxiu said, "Junior, do you want to obtain the greatest opportunity in the tomb of the Great Void?" "Senior, may I ask what the greatest opportunity in the tomb of the Great Void is?" Yi Qinfeng asked curiously. "It's a droplet of ancient blood and the origin energy of life and death." Shen Daoxiu said, "If you can obtain that droplet of ancient blood, I think the primordial blood in your body will become even purer. If you can obtain the origin energy of life and death, you should be able to peer into the true essence of life and death and unleash the greatest power of the plate of life and death." However, the Death God should have sealed both of these items. "The Death God isn't dead?" Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly. "Back then, both of us were heavily injured, but I didn't kill him. He hasn't appeared for so many years, so he should be healing." Shen Daoxiu nodded. "Then are you willing to help me, Senior?" Yi Qinfeng asked. If Shen Daoxiu did not help him with his strength, even if he knew about the existence of the primordial blood and the origin energy of life and death, he would not be able to steal them from the Death God. "I can help you, but you need to promise me 2 things," Shen Daoxiu said. "Please speak, Senior," Yi Qinfeng said. "Avenge my god race, destroy the celestial race's legacy, and rebuild my god race's legacy." Shen Daoxiu said, "If I agree, Senior, do you believe I can do it?" Yi Qinfeng asked, "If it were a normal person, I definitely wouldn't believe you. But you are the child of Yi Wuji and Yao Tian, and you also possess the primordial blood and the primordial wood. If you can unleash the full potential of these 2 treasures, You will definitely be able to stand at the peak of this world. So I believe you have the ability. Xin Daoxu said, Since Senior believes me, then I will agree to these two things. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said firmly, No matter what the final outcome is, I will do my best to complete it. All right, swear to the heavenly Tao now. In the future, I will give you the divine dragon wood, the ancestral vein, and a ball of ancestral energy that I have suppressed for countless years. Xin Daoxu said, Yi Qinfeng nodded and swore to the heavenly Tao in front of everyone. All right. I'll leave the rise of the god race to you. Now, these 3 treasures are all yours. As he spoke, an egg-sized ball of light containing pure energy floated out from beneath Xin Daoxu. Although the ball of light wasn't large, the energy it contained was something Yi Qinfeng had never seen before in his life. Senior, is this the ancestral soul pearl that the Grim Reaper refined by extracting the energy from ancestral experts? Yi Qinfeng stared at the egg-sized ball of light. He could sense the vast amount of energy it contained. He had no doubt that even if he needed to accumulate an enormous amount of energy to break through, he would be able to easily break through after refining this ball of light. That's right. This is the ancestral soul pearl refined by the traitor Grim Reaper. If you can completely refine it, it will be enough for you to continuously break through. Shen Daoxu nodded and said, All right, no one will disturb you here. You can cultivate without worry. Thank you, Senior. Yi Qinfeng nodded. He controlled the Chaos Divine Wood to devour the completed Dragon Bloodwood and summon the 2 primitive Tao embryos to devour the ancestral veins. He swallowed the incomparably precious ancestral soul pearl in one gulp and charged towards the 4-star Tao God realm with all his might. After an unknown amount of time, a powerful aura spread out from Yi Qinfeng's body and soared into the sky. Yi Qinfeng, who was fully refining the ancestral soul pearl, was completely filled with golden Tao energy. He naturally broke through to the 4-star Tao God realm. As for the spiritual fish's primitive Tao embryo, it devoured a large amount of ancestral veins and reached the pinnacle of the 5-star Tao God realm. Yi Qinfeng's primitive Tao embryo broke through to the 2-star Tao ancestor realm. The Chaos Divine Wood devoured the completed Dragon Bloodwood and underwent another transformation. The chaos energy it contained was even more powerful. Its power had surpassed the life and death plate and almost reached the level of a supreme grade ancestral artifact. The primitive Tao embryo and Chaos Divine would both increase their strength and power. Yi Qinfeng was still immersed in the process of refining the ancestral soul pearl. Chapter 1766. 5-star Tao God. Qinfeng, your foundation is even more powerful than I imagined. The ancestral spirit pearl that Shen Daoxu suppressed was an extremely powerful one that the death god had refined all those years ago. It contained an enormous amount of energy. If a deity refined it, their cultivation would definitely undergo a qualitative leap. However, after the 3-star Tao god Yi Qinfeng completely refined it, he only increased his cultivation by 2 levels. This was enough to show how powerful Yi Qinfeng's foundation was. He surpassed ordinary deity experts. Thank you, Senior, for bestowing me with such a great opportunity. Yi Qinfeng said gratefully when he felt his body brimming with energy and his battle prowess increase by nearly 100 times. You don't need to thank me. Helping you is equivalent to helping my god clan. Only when you fully mature can you take revenge for my god clan. Xin Daoxu shook his head and said, Let's go, Junior. We'll go to the death god's slumber and deal with him. However, I don't have absolute confidence in killing him, so you have to be prepared for death. Yi Qinfeng nodded. His handsome face didn't reveal a trace of fear. Crack! Shen Daoxu slowly stood up and lightly waved his arm. His arm directly tore open this mysterious space and brought Yi Qinfeng out of this place, returning to the tomb of Great Void. Human brat, you finally come out. The moment Yi Qinfeng reappeared in the tomb of Great Void, the ancient armored man who had killed him suddenly appeared. He looked at him with killing intent and spoke in a sinister manner. "It's you. You've actually been guarding this place all this time?" Yi Qinfeng was rather surprised to see the ancient armored man suddenly appear. However, with Shen Daoshu by his side, he wasn't afraid of the ancient armored man at all. "Since you've come out, then you can die," the ancient armored man roared. Dao intent erupted from his entire body and fused into the dragon head ancestral sword. He slashed out, and a terrifying sword ray split the space in half. The terrifying sword intent caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Crack! Shen Daoshu took a light step forward when the sword was about to strike Yi Qinfeng. He waved his arm, and endless ancestral rhyme power bombarded the invincible sword ray, shattering it and causing it to dissipate into the heavens and earth. Who are you?" Seeing Shen Daoshu break his attack with a swing of his arm, the ancient armored man's eyes widened, revealing a trace of shock. "Haven't you already guessed my identity?" Shen Daoshu said indifferently. You actually didn't die." The ancient armored man looked at Shen Daoshu as if he was looking at a ghost, his voice trembling as he spoke. "You didn't die, so how could I die?" Shen Daoshu said indifferently, "Since we've met before, I don't want to kill you. Give me your 2 ancestral artifacts, and I'll let you go back to sleep." Guyuan, the ancestral artifact, has no meaning to someone like you, who is about to die. Moreover, I can guarantee you that no one will disturb your slumber in the future," said Shen Daoshu. Are you going to find the Grim Reaper and fight him to the death?" the armored man asked in shock. "That's right. I've found the person I've been waiting for. It's time to settle the enmity between us." Shen Daoshu nodded. I'll help you deal with him." The armored man's eyes were filled with deep hatred when he thought about the Grim Reaper who had trapped him in this terrifying trap all those years ago. "There's no need. You won't be able to help much even if you go. You just need to give me these 2 ancestral artifacts." Shen Daoshu shook his head. "All right, I'll give you these 2 ancestral artifacts. I hope you succeed." With that, the armored man took off his heavy ancestral armor and gave it to Shen Daoshu along with the dragon head ancestral sword. Then he took a deep look at Yi Qinfeng, turned around and left. "Come, this ancestral armor is yours." Shen Daoshu gave the extremely precious ancestral armor to Yi Qinfeng while keeping the dragon head ancestral sword for himself. "Senior, do we need to gather all the ancestral artifacts here?" Yi Qinfeng asked. "Yes, we need to make the most thorough preparations before we can kill the Grim Reaper. If we can't kill him this time, it'll be even more difficult to kill him in the future." Shen Daoshu nodded and took Yi Qinfeng to other places of fortune. Open. Shen Daoshu hovered above a huge mountain. With a gentle wave of his arm, he directly split open the mountain. Afterwards, a large amount of the aura of death surged out from the mountain, immediately dyeing the entire space black. "Who has disturbed my slumber?" A furious roar rang out from the mountain. The voice was so powerful that it caused the entire space to violently tremble. "Hey, sure, it's me." Shen Daoshu's voice was not loud, but it was filled with the presence of a ruler. It immediately suppressed the terrifying voice from the mountain. "It's you." A huge black lion leapt out from the split mountain when it heard Shen Daoshu's voice. It turned into a burly man with disheveled hair in the air. "Hey, sure, give me your ancestral artifact." Shen Daoshu looked at the burly man and ordered in an irresistible manner. "You want to find the Grim Reaper?" The burly man was an almighty ancestral beast. He loathed the Grim Reaper who had single-handedly destroyed him. If the Grim Reaper had not trapped him here, he might have become the emperor of the ancestral beast. "Yes." Shen Daoshu nodded. "Then do you need my help?" He sure opened his bloody mouth and asked. "Fine. If you're not afraid of death, then come with me to the Grim Reaper's slumber." Shen Daoxiu did not refuse He Shi and nodded. Let's go to the next place. With that, Shen Daoxiu led Yi Qinfeng and He Shi to the next slumbering ancestral beast. However, apart from He Shi, Shen Daoxiu did not find any other helpers. Instead, he borrowed 6 ancestral artifacts and 3 ancestral treasures. In addition to the ancient armored man's ancestral artifact, the dragon head ancestral sword, Shen Daoxiu had borrowed 10 ancestral artifacts. Let's go to the Dead Source Lake. After putting away the 10 ancestral artifacts, Shen Daoxiu led Yi Qinfeng and the others to the deepest depths of the Great Void Tomb. Above a black lake, the God-Eater brain, which was rapidly divining, sensed a powerful energy in the depths of the lake. Senior, could this be where the Grim Reaper sleeps? Yi Qinfeng stared at the black lake below him and asked with wide eyes. That's right. The Grim Reaper sleeps in the depths of the Dead Source Lake, and the lake contains the vast amounts of ancestral energy he extracted back then. Shen Daoxiu nodded. Wait for me here. I'll set up the formation. With that, Shen Daoxiu summoned the 10 ancestral artifacts he borrowed and a large number of transcendent sacred artifacts. They formed an extremely powerful ancient formation above the Dead Source Lake. Shen Daoxiu soared. The instant the ancient formation formed, an invincible divine sword floated out of Shen Daoxiu's body and fused into the ancient formation. This sword is a supreme-grade ancestral artifact. The instant the Shen Daoxiu sword appeared, Yi Qinfeng felt his soul tremble. He had a feeling that the sword Shen Daoxiu had summoned was a supreme-grade ancestral artifact capable of annihilating everything. Ancient killing formation, rise. After fusing with the Shen Daoxiu sword, Shen Daoxiu immediately activated the ancient formation he had set up and furiously extracted the Dead Source Lake's energy to increase its power. For a moment, the entire Dead Source Lake began to violently ripple. Towering waves formed on the lake's surface and overturned the horizon. Grim Reaper, are you still playing dead? Chapter 1767. Roar! Roar! Shen Daoxiu, you're actually still here. When the terrifying sword light pierced into the Death Source Lake, a furious roar sounded out from the lake, and the terrifying sound shook the entire lake, causing it to violently fluctuate. In the next moment, an enormous skull appeared in the lake. This skull was so large that it was like a small mountain. It had sharp teeth, and it bit towards the ancient slaughter formation that enveloped the Death Source Lake. Humph. Don't try to be mysterious. This level of attack is useless against me. Looking at the skull that flew out of the Death Source Lake, Shen Daoxiu snorted coldly. He controlled the ancient slaughter formation to release boundless weapon light, and it bombarded the small, mountain-like skull, shattering the terrifying skull with a single strike. Ancient slaughter formation. Do you think you can threaten me with this level of ancient formation? A ferocious voice sounded out from the bottom of the Death Source Lake, and another 2 terrifying skulls broke out of the Death Source Lake. They opened their bloody mouths and attacked Shen Daoxiu. However, under the attack of the ancient slaughter formation, the skulls summoned by the Grim Reaper were unable to threaten Shen Daoxiu at all, and they were constantly shattered by the ancient slaughter formation under his control. What a terrifying attack! Is this the strength of the Void God Realm's top Almighty? Even though Yi Qinfeng stood in the distance, he felt the destructive force caused by the battle between Shen Daoxiu and the Grim Reaper, and he had a lingering fear in his heart and was extremely shocked. He had a feeling that, with his strength at the 5-star Dao God realm, he probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single strike from the Grim Reaper, and he would be blasted into pieces in an instant. Qingfeng, when the Grim Reaper appears in a moment, lend me the chaotic divine wood, and lend the life and death plate to the Black Lion. When Shen Daoxiu controlled the ancient slaughter formation to attack with full force, he transmitted his voice to Yi Qinfeng from afar. All right. Yi Qinfeng nodded, summoned the life and death plate, and handed it to the Black Lion that stood beside him. The black lion received the life and death plate and warned in a low voice, "Human kid, in a moment, hide as far as you can. Otherwise, you'll be crushed alive by the aftershock." Yi Chin-fong was also clear that he couldn't interfere in a battle of this level, and he nodded. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between Shin Dao Su and the Grim Reaper caused the sky to fall and the earth to rend. The sun and moon lost their light. The terrifying attacks wantonly destroyed everything in the surroundings, causing the entire space to show signs of collapse. Streaks of dazzling light illuminated the entire space, so dazzling that Yi Chin-fong couldn't open his eyes in the distance. Boundless Dao intent rained down incessantly like a rain of light, chiseling large holes into the ground that was riddled with cracks. When Shen Daoxiu used the ancient killing formation to break through the god of death's attacks, he suddenly fused the power of the 10 ancestral weapons into the divine void sword, activating its strongest attack. It turned into a divine sword that was several thousand feet long and was entwined with an invincible Dao might. It directly pierced through the skulls and smashed into the lake of death. After being attacked by the divine void sword, furious roars rang out one after another. In the next moment, a gigantic shadow of a sickle appeared in the lake of death source, slashing down on the invincible divine sword that was thousands of feet long. Boom! The two divine weapons slashed together, causing a sound that shook the 9 heavens and caused the space in a radius of several miles to collapse. Qingfeng, lend me the chaos divine wood. When the entire space was in chaos, Shen Daoxiu's voice transmitted into Yi Chin-feng's ears, urging him. Okay, Yi Chin-feng did not hesitate at all, summoning the chaos divine wood and lending it to Shen Daoxiu. At this time, a huge vortex exploded in the chaotic lake of death source. A pitch-black sarcophagus engraved with ancient patterns that swallowed all light slowly floated out of the vortex. The Grim Reaper has finally appeared. Looking at this black sarcophagus, Yi Chin-feng suddenly felt a pressure on his soul, as if a mountain was pressing down on his sea of soul, making it difficult for him to breathe. The main character has appeared. Human Jr., hide further away. The black lion warned coldly, holding the thought of certain death. He flew over with the life and death plate and a divine lion statue, preparing to help Shen Daoxiu deal with the Grim Reaper. Shen Daoxiu, you really are stubborn. You know you can't kill me. Yet you still try again and again, doing useless things. A savage voice rang out from the black sarcophagus. Is that so? Shen Daoxiu snorted coldly, controlling the chaos divine wood that was comparable to a top-grade ancestral artifact to descend, suppressing the black sarcophagus. Chaos divine wood. How do you have the chaos divine wood? Sensing the power of chaos contained in the chaos divine wood, the Grim Reaper said in bewilderment. Just who came here and brought you the chaos divine wood? Chaos divine wood. Seal the sarcophagus. Shen Daoxiu didn't pay attention to the Grim Reaper's roar. He poured a large amount of ancestral rhymes into the chaotic divine wood, controlling it to ceaselessly expand. Over 100,000 5-colored roots extended out, and like a dumpling, they heavily surrounded and sealed the black ancient coffin. Roar, roar. So what if you have the chaos divine wood? Do you really think you can't kill me? The Grim Reaper panicked when the chaos divine would suppress the black coffin. He roared madly, controlling the supreme quality ancestral artifact scythe of the Grim Reaper to attack viciously through the black coffin, wanting to shatter the chaos divine wood. After devouring the divine dragon wood, the chaos divine wood became even more terrifying. It completely endured the Grim Reaper's attack from afar, firmly suppressing the black sarcophagus, preventing the Grim Reaper from emerging. Hey, sure, let's blast open a corner of the sarcophagus and kill the Grim Reaper. At this moment, Shen Daoxiu controlled the ancient slaughter formation to attack the sarcophagus viciously. The black lion controlled a huge divine lion statue and the life and death plate to assist from the side. The terrifying attacks forcefully cracked open a corner of the sarcophagus. A corner of the sarcophagus cracked open, and a huge scythe flew out. Under the Grim Reaper's control, it rapidly expanded, slashing towards Shen Daoxiu. He Shi controlled the two supreme treasures to attack the sarcophagus with full force. "I'll trap the Grim Reaper's scythe," Shen Daoxiu communicated mentally. All right. Faced with a mortal enemy, He Shi showed no mercy. He spat out essence blood into the two ancestral artifacts at all costs, controlling the divine lion statue to become an extraordinarily mighty divine lion. It let out a heaven-shaking roar as it slammed into the sarcophagus. Under its control, the wheel of life and death spun rapidly, releasing a terrifying power of life and death. It attacked the Grim Reaper in the coffin together with the lion statue. Although He Shi was far weaker than the Grim Reaper was suppressed by the Chaos Divine Wood and attacked through the black sarcophagus. His attack power was greatly reduced, so his damage to He Shi was limited. On the other hand, the Divine Lion Statue and the Life and Death Plate's attacks dealt great damage to the Grim Reaper, constantly damaging his body. "Shen Daoxiu, I'll definitely kill you this time." The continuous attacks from the Divine Lion Statue and the Plate of Life and Death had completely enraged the Grim Reaper. He erupted with a shocking divine power, directly shattering the solid black ancient coffin, revealing his true form that was shrouded in black light, and his true appearance could not be seen. However, the instant the black sarcophagus shattered, the 5 colored roots of the Chaos Divine were directly wrapped around him, continuing to suppress his body. At this moment, Shen Daoxiu controlled the ancient slaughter formation to suppress the top-grade ancestral artifact Grim Reaper Scythe, preventing the Grim Reaper from summoning it back to attack. Grim Reaper, your time of death has come. Chapter 1768. Slash! Shen Daoxiu roared and slashed out with the divine void sword. A terrifying sword light tore through the sky like a crack in space, bringing with it an invincible sword might as it slashed at the Grim Reaper's body that was entangled by the roots of the Chaos Divine Tree. The Divine Void Sword was a top-quality ancestral artifact. It was extremely powerful and could cut through all things. With one slash, part of the 5 colored roots of the primal Chaos Divine Tree shattered. A wound appeared on the death god shrouded in black light. Dark golden blood flowed out. Death chains destroy all things. With his body wounded by the divine void sword, the death god became even more frenzied. With a long roar, endless black light gushed out from his body, turning into death chains. They were like dancing snakes, attacking Shen Daoxiu and the Black Lion, neutralizing the attacks. Slash again. Facing the death chains that blotted out the sky, Shen Daoxiu slashed out a second time. This slash contained invincible killing intent, surging through the 9 heavens, sweeping everything in its path. This slash shattered the death chains that were attacking him and once again slashed at the death god's body. And at this time, the Black Lion didn't hesitate to burn his entire body, activating the strongest power of the divine lion statue and life and death plate. He continuously attacked the death god, further aggravating his injuries. Ao, you all deserve to die. The death chains were broken by Shen Daoxiu. The death god who was continuously attacked immediately mobilized a powerful force to attack. And this time his target was the Black Lion, who was relatively weaker. He wanted to kill the Black Lion first, then slowly deal with the great enemy, Shen Daoxiu. Facing the fatal attack launched by the death god, the Black Lion didn't retreat. He continuously spat out blood essence into the 2 ancestral artifacts, controlling the 2 artifacts to isolate space and release powerful ancestral might. He used all his strength to defend against the tide of death. When the death god attacked the Black Lion, Shen Daoxiu suddenly appeared as if he had teleported. His entire body entered a mysterious trajectory. A sword pierced through layers of space, stabbing into the death god's chest. The powerful ancestral might of the divine void sword instantly poured into his body, directly shattering his chest. Ayo, ayo! The death god roared as his chest was shattered by the divine void sword. He mobilized a powerful force to attack. Just as he was attacking the divine path emptiness with all his might, the 5 colored roots of the primal chaos divine tree suddenly broke into his shattered body, madly devouring the power in his body and weakening his strength. Shin Dao Su, go to hell! Despite being in danger, a strange smile appeared on the Grim Reaper's furious face. Immediately after, a terrifying destructive power erupted from his body. Not good. Shin Daoshu's expression changed, and he retreated without the slightest hesitation. However, at the instant he retreated, death detonated his shattered body, and it erupted with a shocking force of destruction that blasted the chaotic divine that was rooted in his body, flying before blasting towards Shin Daoshu, who dodged swiftly. Although Shin Dao Su had dodged in time, the power of the death god self-destruction was too terrifying, and he was still affected. Several mouthfuls of blood sprayed out from his mouth, and the old injuries in his body showed signs of relapse. The black lion was sent flying thousands of meters away by the destructive shockwave. Bloody wounds appeared on its strong body. The Grim Reaper is dead. Yi Chen Feng, who was hiding in the distance, stared with wide eyes as he watched the Grim Reaper explode open a large hole in space. He dared not believe that the Grim Reaper had died just like that. No, there's a problem. When Yi Chen Feng's gaze swept past Shin Daoshu, he noticed that the latter's pale face revealed a serious expression, and he immediately sensed that something was wrong. Suddenly, an even more savage voice rang out. Shin Daoshu, I've already said that you can't kill me. Grim Reaper, he's not dead. That wasn't his main body, just now. Yi Chen Feng's face sank. He never thought that the person that Shin Daoshu and the others schemed to kill was actually not the Grim Reaper's main body. Grim Reaper, I've underestimated your methods. I never thought that you'd actually refine an avatar to fool me, Shin Daoshu said in a low voice. Shin Daoshu, you've only experienced the tip of the iceberg. The Grim Reaper said arrogantly, let's settle the grievances between us today. As he spoke, a black stone coffin that flowed with powerful Tao intent emerged from the shattered lake of death, and it appeared before everyone's eyes. Grim Reaper, you have a backup plan. Do you think I don't have one? Shin Daoshu said coldly and arrogantly, moreover, I'd like to see how you block my attacks without the Grim Reaper's scythe. As he spoke, rays of dark golden light appeared behind Shin Daoshu, and fist-sized, 3-faced human faces appeared in the light. God-fiend Dharma idol, you've actually cultivated this ability. Looking at the 3-faced human faces floating behind Shin Daoshu, the Grim Reaper's savage voice revealed a trace of graveness. Clearly, he didn't expect Shin Daoshu to have cultivated the god race's greatest divine ability. He was even more aware of the terror of this divine ability. Death God, don't hide anymore. Come out and fight me. Shin Daoshu roared with unparalleled dominance, and he threw a punch at the stone coffin that floated in midair and flowed with profound Tao patterns. The terrifying fist light directly shattered the stone coffin, revealing the Grim Reaper, who wore a black robe, had shriveled skin, was emaciated like firewood, and had a strange seal script imprinted on his forehead. It's useless even if you cultivate the god-fiend Dharma idol. You still can't kill me. The Grim Reaper tried to summon back the Grim Reaper's scythe, but the ancient slaughter formation formed by the 10 ancestral artifacts was extremely powerful, and it firmly suppressed the Grim Reaper's scythe, making him unable to summon it back. If I didn't have the Chaos Divine Wood, perhaps I wouldn't be able to kill you, but now, you can't escape this calamity. As he spoke, Shin Daoshu took a step forward, and as if he had teleported, he appeared in front of the Grim Reaper, and he launched a fierce attack with the divine void sword. And at the instant he attacked, The three-headed figures that appeared behind him opened their eyes at the same time, and a vast Tao intent surged out, suppressing the heaven and earth, and restricting the Grim Reaper's attack. As Shen Daoxiu attacked with all his strength, the fearless Black Lion also approached with the two ancestral artifacts, controlling them to attack the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper wasn't afraid in the face of Shen Daoxiu and Black Lion's attacks. He roared, and his shriveled body rapidly swelled, and his own strength rose steadily. With a wave of his hand, divine power shook the heavens, and he forcefully resisted the might of the ancestral artifacts that could destroy heaven and earth. As the three of them fought fiercely, the chaos divine would transformed into a giant tree that covered heaven and earth, and it flew over again. Its five-colored treetops swayed, and it released the light of the Chaos Five Elements to attack the Grim Reaper. This battle could destroy the heavens and the earth. This battle caused the sun and moon to lose their light. Shen Daoxiu and the Grim Reaper, these two fated enemies, ignored the old injuries in their bodies and used everything they had to attack desperately, both wanting to kill the other. And although Black Lion was strong, he couldn't resist such destructive attacks, and his strong body was constantly being shattered. Grim Reaper, take my final attack. Seeing that Black Lion couldn't resist the world-destroying power, and his body was about to be shattered, he detonated his Saint Core, exploding his body, and poured all of his strength into his life treasure, the Divine Lion statue, to launch a fatal attack at the Grim Reaper. Ka. After absorbing all of Black Lion's strength, the Divine Lion statue also began to shatter, and it carried an invincible power as it bombarded the Grim Reaper. Boom! The Divine Lion statue instantly exploded when it collided with the Grim Reaper's body. The terrifying might of the ancestral artifact wildly destroyed the Grim Reaper's body, forcing him to defend with all his strength. God-fiend aspect seal. The Grim Reaper suffered the most powerful attack of Black Lion's self-destruction and ancestral artifact. When his body was shattered, Shen Daoxiu controlled the God-fiend aspect floating behind him to form a powerful seal, sealing a region of heaven and earth. It was like a sky full of stars, attacking his body with all of its strength. Then, Shen Daoxiu waved his hand, controlling a powerful Tao intent to merge with the plate of life and death. He sent the plate of life and death, releasing the power of life and death into the Grim Reaper's body, shattering it. Chapter 1769. Primal Chaos Divine would devour the divine body. Shen Daoxiu spat out several mouthfuls of divine blood into the Primal Chaos Divine would at all costs. He activated the Primal Chaos Divine wood's strongest power and continued to extend the indestructible five-colored roots. They took root in the Grim Reaper's shattered body and crazily devoured the divine power in his body. Roar, break for me! The Grim Reaper's body was pierced by the five-colored roots. He immediately let out a shocking roar and controlled the divine power in his body to flow rapidly. A huge vortex was formed in his body. The moment the life and death plate was sent flying, the vortex crazily crushed the five-colored roots. Qingfeng, the ancient blood, and the origin of life and death should be at the bottom of the Dead Source Lake. Quickly take advantage of this opportunity to take these two treasures away. Shen Daoxiu used all his strength to attack the Grim Reaper and transmitted a message to Yi Qinfeng, who was hiding in the distance. All right. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and quickly flapped his undying wings. He flew to the bottom of the Dead Source Lake at an extremely fast speed to find the two most precious treasures at the bottom of the lake. Lowly human, my things are not something you can touch. Sensing that Yi Qinfeng had flown into the Dead Source Lake, the Grim Reaper was furious and wanted to divert his attention to kill him. However, under the attack of Shen Daoxiu and the Primal Chaos Divine wood, the Grim Reaper couldn't kill Yi Qinfeng at all. He could only vent his anger on Shen Daoxiu. I hope Senior Shen Daoxiu can have the last laugh. Otherwise, even if I get the ancient blood and the origin of life and death, I'm afraid I can't bring them out of here alive." Hearing the deafening explosions from the horizon, Yi Qin Feng kept praying in his heart. He prayed that Shen Daoxiu could have the last laugh. Yi Qin Feng flew to the bottom of the dead source lake like lightning. He immediately controlled the God-Eater brain to quickly deduce and search for the ancient blood and the origin of life and death. Seal. When the God-Eater brain reached the bottom of the dead source lake, it sensed the power of the seal. In a flash, it crossed the bottom of the lake and approached the seal at the bottom of the lake. Space-swallowing bug, break the seal quickly. The Grim Reaper was a peak ancestor-level expert. Yi Qin Feng was unable to break the seal he had laid down. Left with no other choice, Yi Qin Feng summoned the Space Swallower bug and had it quickly devour the seal. As the Space Swallower bug continued to evolve and grow, its ability to devour restrictions continued to increase. Under its frenzied devouring, a hole appeared in the terrifying restriction. When the gap was about half the height of a person, Yi Qin Feng flashed and entered with the Space Swallower bug. Ancient blood. After entering the spell, Yi Qin Feng saw a dark golden drop of blood the size of a fingernail floating in the air. From the bloodline aura that this drop of blood emitted, it should be the ancient blood that Shen Daoxiu spoke of, second only to the Grand Mist blood. It seems that the Grim Reaper has refined more than half of this ancient blood, leaving only this little bit. Looking at the fingernail-sized drop of ancient blood, Yi Qin Feng controlled the universe mirror to release a powerful devouring power, attempting to take this drop of ancient blood away. However, after several attempts, the universe mirror failed to devour this drop of ancient blood. This made him realize how powerful this drop of ancient blood was. Grand Mist blood. Suppress the ancient blood. After the universe mirror failed to devour the drop of ancient blood, Yi Qin Feng immediately went to the ancient blood and bit his finger, squeezing out a large amount of Grand Mist blood and fusing it with the ancient blood. He tried to use the Grand Mist blood to subdue this drop of ancient blood. Sure enough, the Grand Mist blood is useful, just as Yi Qin Feng had expected. When the Grand Mist blood fused with the ancient blood, it immediately suppressed the ancient blood. However, although the Grim Reaper had refined more than half of this ancient blood, the bloodline power it contained was still powerful. A large amount of Grand Mist blood was needed to subdue it. In order to subdue the ancient blood, Yi Qin Feng threw caution to the wind. He constantly forced out a large amount of Grand Mist blood and fused it with the ancient blood, suppressing it bit by bit. And at this time, the sounds of battle in the void became even louder. The Grim Reaper had relied on his absolute strength to break through the layers of spells, shaking off the suppression of the Chaos Divine Wood and launching a fatal counterattack against the Divine Tao Void. Success! After Yi Qin Feng spared no effort to force out nearly half of the Grand Mist blood, he could feel that the drop of ancient blood was no longer resisting. With a thought, he placed the drop of ancient blood into the universe mirror and quickly swallowed a top-grade heaven-piercing Saint Pill to restore the Grand Mist blood he had lost. After a simple recovery, Yi Qin Feng controlled the God-Eater brain to continue divining, searching for the source strength of life and death. Strange. How come there is no source strength of life and death? Could it be that the Grim Reaper has refined the source strength of life and death into his body? Yi Qin Feng controlled the God-Eater brain to cover the entire spell space, but he still couldn't find the source strength of life and death. He guessed that the source strength of life and death had been refined by the Grim Reaper and had no choice but to give up. What is this? After searching for a while, Yi Qin Feng discovered another spell in the spell space. When he used all his strength to break through this spell, he discovered 13 pearl-like beads that contained a powerful life force. Could these be spirit beads that the Grim Reaper refined with the source strength of life? Yi Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, revealing a pleasantly surprised expression. He immediately placed the 13 spirit beads of life into the universe mirror and left the bottom of the dead source lake. When he flew out of the dead source lake, he was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. The battle between divine Tao Void and the Grim Reaper could only be described as bitter and desperate. In order to kill the other, the two of them had used all their strength, bombarding the other's body until it was a bloody mess. The Grim Reaper's legs had been cut off by the divine Tao Void sword in divine Tao Void's hand, and half of divine Tao Void's body had been destroyed by the Grim Reaper's destructive attack, revealing his constantly pulsing organs. "Junior, hurry and leave this place." Seeing Yi Qinfeng fly out of the dead source lake, the grievously wounded divine Tao Void immediately urged him with a sound transmission. "Senior, let me help you deal with him." A bold plan appeared in Yi Qinfeng's mind. He didn't leave by himself, but took the risk to approach the Grim Reaper. Die. The Grim Reaper discovered that Yi Qinfeng dared to approach him, so he immediately diverted his attention to attack him. Artifact, controlling Tao. As the Grim Reaper's death strike arrived, Yi Qinfeng quickly recalled the life and death plate. He used the artifact controlling Tao to activate the life and death plate's strongest attack, bombarding the black, dragon-like death strike. "What? With your strength, how could you possibly use such an attack?" The Grim Reaper revealed a look of surprise as the life and death plate blocked the Grim Reaper's attack like a hot knife through butter. And at this time, divine Tao Void seized the chance when the Grim Reaper was distracted. His entire body fused together with the divine Tao Void sword, turning into a divine sword that could cut through all. With an invincible divine might, he slashed at the Grim Reaper's head. Kacha! The Grim Reaper's head and body were split apart by divine Tao Void sword. Life and death source energy repair. The Grim Reaper had refined the life and death source energy, nearly possessing an undying body. He borrowed the powerful life and death source energy to rapidly heal his body and head that had been cut apart by the divine Tao Void sword. A good chance. The moment the Grim Reaper's head healed, Yi Qinfeng fearlessly approached him. The moment his body was shattered by the ancestral might released by the Grim Reaper, he took out the Soul Devourer's child brain and threw it at the rapidly healing Grim Reaper's head. Undying divine ability. Chapter 1770. No, what is this thing? Sensing that when the Soul Devourer's brain touched his broken brain, it frantically penetrated into his brain. The death god smelled a deep sense of danger and let out an angry roar, refining the Soul Devourer's brain with all his strength. However, the Soul Devourer child brain was a treasure that Tai had spent countless years and effort to refine. It was beyond the scope of an ancestral artifact, so the Soul Devourer child brain it produced was equally terrifying. In addition to Death's severe injuries and the fact that Shen Daoxu's sword strike had severely damaged his soul and soul, he could not refine the child brain. As the Soul Devourer child brain seeped into Death's soul, Death let out a cry of despair, holding his head with both hands as he roared in pain. Qingfeng, what treasure did you just fuse into his soul? Looking at Death writhing in pain in the void, the severely injured Shen Daoxiu transmitted his voice. It was given to me by a senior. It should be able to control his brain and consciousness. Yi Qinfeng replied, Control Death's brain and consciousness. Shen Daoxiu's eyes widened in shock. The Grim Reaper was a peak ancestor-level expert who had refined the origin energy of life and death. Even if he exhausted all his strength, he would not be able to kill the Grim Reaper. However, the treasure that Yi Qinfeng took out could corrode the Grim Reaper's sea of soul and possibly control him. This made him shocked at the strength of the senior behind Yi Qinfeng. Qingfeng is the senior who gave you that treasure of Void God. A bold thought flashed through Shen Daoxiu's mind as he transmitted his voice. Yes, that senior is a Void God Almighty. Yi Qinfeng nodded. Void God. Although Shen Daoshi was powerful and looked down on everything, he was well aware of the difference between a peak ancestor-level expert and a void god. It could be said that a void god only needed to lift a finger to kill him. All right, then I'll take a gamble and not kill this death god for now. Several thoughts flashed through Shen Daoshi's mind. He knew that if he did not kill Death God now, killing him in the future would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, if he could control Death God, he would become Yi Qinfeng's right-hand man, greatly increasing his chances of rebuilding the Protoss. After some thought, Shen Daoshi recalled the ancient slaughter formation that was suppressing Death God's scythe and controlled it to suppress Death God. Rumble. Under the suppression of the ancient slaughtering formation, boundless ancestral rhyme, power blasted into the body of the Grim Reaper, condensing into a powerful seal that sealed the Grim Reaper. Without the suppression of the ancient slaughter formation, the Death God scythe flew into the air and slashed at Shen Daoshi with the terrifying power of death. Boom! Death's death, God's scythe, scythe, death scythe in the body of the scythe, death, scythe the death scythe. Just as Shen Daoshi was sent flying by the death scythe and the Grim Reaper was roaring in agony as he tried his best to refine the soul devourer's brain, the demon's sealing sword suddenly broke out of Yi Qinfeng's body. In the next moment, the undead spirit that had parasitized the demon's sealing sword flew out. It quickly entered the Grim Reaper's sea of soul. It wanted to use this opportunity to seize the Grim Reaper's undying body and be reborn. Yi Qinfeng didn't expect such an unforeseen event. The Death wanted to seize the opportunity to seize Death's body and be reborn. Although the Death of Death couldn't help him, he knew that the Death of Death had ulterior motives. Once he was reborn, he would definitely be a threat. Soul of the Death. Yi Qinfeng made up his mind. He took out the last soul of the Death and threw it at Death God, who was suppressed by the ancient slaughter formation. When it came into contact with Death God's bleeding head, the soul of the Death immediately drilled into his soul, see through his 7 orifices. Death God's soul, see, became chaotic. The two soul of the Death God's soul, and Death God's soul fought fiercely in his soul, see. Get out of my soul, see. Death God didn't accept his fate in this dangerous situation. He burned his soul at all costs and kept attacking the two soul of the Death and Death God. He wanted to kill them and regain control of his body. However, both the Death God and the two soul of the Death were extremely powerful. Coupled with the suppression of the ancient slaughter formation, the Death God's resistance was getting weaker and weaker. The Death God's soul was also in big trouble. Under the erosion of the soul of the Death God's soul was also eroded and wanted to retreat. Chaos Divine would seal Death God's head. At this time, Yi Qinfeng controlled the Chaos Divine wood to fall. It extended a large number of 5-colored roots and took root in the Death God's head. It forcibly sealed his head and cut off the Death God's escape route. Yi Qinfeng, what are you trying to do? You ungrateful brat, let me out quickly. The Death God's soul, see, roared loudly as his escape route was sealed by the Chaos Divine wood. He felt a deep sense of crisis. Don't worry, Death God. I'm helping you control his brain. Yi Qinfeng smiled and responded. Yi Qinfeng, you despicable man. You won't have a good ending. At this time, the Death God's soul, see, had already given up on attacking it. He desperately wanted to tear apart the Death God's soul, see, and escape. But the Chaos Divine would had transformed time and time again. Its strength was comparable to a top-quality ancestral artifact. With it sealing the Death God's soul, see, the Death God was unable to escape no matter how hard the Death God tried. And at this time, Shen Daoshi borrowed the Divine Void Sword to battle the Death God's scythe. Although Shen Daoshi was severely wounded in his battle with the Death God, the Divine Void Sword in his hand was still a top-quality ancestral artifact. Under his control, the Divine Void Sword constantly suppressed the Death God's scythe, gradually suppressing it. Qingfeng, do you need help? Seeing the death god roar in pain under the suppression of the ancient slaughter formation, the severely wounded Shin Daoshu came to Yi Qinfeng's side and asked in a low voice, "No need. I think I should be able to control the death god." Sensing that the two soul devour brains had taken control of the situation and were constantly eroding the death god soul sea and the death god soul sea, Yi Qinfeng secretly let out a sigh of relief and shook his head. "Yi Qinfeng, I beg you to let me go. If you let me go, I am willing to submit to you. I am willing to tell you many, many secrets." As time passed, one of the soul devourer brains had eroded most of the death god's soul sea. Feeling his consciousness become increasingly hazy, the death god was frightened and had no choice but to beg for mercy. "There's no need to go through so much trouble. Once the soul devourer brains have eroded you, you will naturally submit to me." Yi Qinfeng remained unmoved. He stood to the side in silence and waited. At this time, the death god's roars became increasingly weak. The terrifying soul devourer brains had eroded most of his soul sea and was constantly nibbling away at his consciousness. "Senior, do you have a way to prevent the death god from self-detonating?" Yi Qinfeng knew that the stronger a supreme elder was, the more arrogant and aloof they were. They were afraid that the death god would self-detonate at the last moment. So he asked with a sound transmission, "Leave it to me." Shin Daoshu nodded. With his mind, he controlled the ancient slaughter formation to disintegrate. He controlled the 10 ancestral artifacts to break into the death god's body and forcefully sealed his 10 acupoints, blocking off the divine power in his body. "Seal yourself." The instant the death god's body was sealed by the 10 ancestral artifacts, he unwillingly used his powerful life and death origin to use his final method and forcefully seal his soul devourer brains and the death god soul sea. The two soul devourer brains have been sealed. Yi Qinfeng's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect the death god to have such a method. He had actually sealed everything in his soul, see the moment he lost himself. The death god is worthy of being a peak ancestral level supreme elder. His methods are truly heaven-defying. However, do you really think sealing everything will work? Chapter 1771. Senior, what plans do you have from now on? When the Grim Reaper sealed his soul sea and lost consciousness, Yi Qinfeng summoned an ancient coffin from the universe realm and sealed him in the ancient coffin. He turned his head to ask Shin Daoshu, who had his old injuries relapsing, injuring the root of his life and his flame of life constantly extinguishing. "My days are numbered. I want to return to the ancestral land of the god race and return to my homeland." Shen Daoshu took a deep breath and said weakly as he repaired his broken body, "If I have a way to heal Senior's old injuries and restore Senior's vitality, would Senior be willing to follow me to the void god realm?" Yi Qinfeng had witnessed Shin Daoshu's strength with his own eyes. If he had Shin Daoshu and the Grim Reaper, these two great experts, to protect him, the number of people in the void god realm who could injure him could be counted on one hand. "I appreciate your kindness, but I'm very clear about my body's condition. There's practically no medicine that can cure it." Shin Daoshu shook his head and said, "Senior, do you think this bead can heal your body's serious injuries?" Yi Qinfeng's mind stirred, and he took out a life source spirit bead. This is... Sensing the vast life force contained in the life source spirit bead, Shen Daoshu's eyes lit up, revealing a look of surprise. This should be the life source spirit bead that the Grim Reaper condensed from refining the life and death source energy. It should be able to heal Senior's serious injuries and restore the damaged root of life. Yi Qinfeng said, "I didn't expect that not only did the Grim Reaper refine the life and death source energy, he even nurtured a life source spirit bead." Shen Daoshu didn't want to die. Looking at the life source spirit bead in Yi Qinfeng's hand, he revealed an excited look and said, "Changfeng, how many of these life source spirit beads do you have?" "I have 13. It's enough for Senior to heal your injuries," Yi Qinfeng said. Shen Daoshu took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart as he said, "Okay, then give me 3. When I heal my body's injuries, I'll protect you." "Okay." Yi Chenfeng nodded and gave the 3 life origin spirit pearls to Shen Daoshu without hesitation. After consuming a life origin spirit bead, Shen Daoshu immediately felt a powerful life force appear in his body, slowly repairing his damaged roots of life, healing his old wounds that had been unable to heal for a long time. Yi Chenfeng looked at Shen Daoshu's pale face and asked softly, "Senior, I wonder what other opportunities there are in this tomb of the Great Void. I want to take them all away." "All right. I will accompany you to obtain the opportunity in the tomb of the Great Void." Using the origin spirit orb of life to suppress his old injuries, Shen Daoshu immediately brought Yi Chenfeng to several places of opportunity in the tomb of Great Void, taking away all of the opportunities in the tomb of Great Void. "It's time to leave." After obtaining the 6 great fortunes in the tomb of the Great Void, Yi Chenfeng immediately followed Shen Daoshu out of the tomb of the Great Void. "Senior, the people of the Devil Race should have sealed off the outer space of the tomb of the Great Void. In a while, I would like to ask Senior to help me deal with them." Although Yi Chenfeng's strength was no longer the same as before and had reached the level of a 5-star Dao God, the difference in strength between the God realm and the Ancestor realm was too great. Moreover, there was still a 3-star Devil Ancestor in the Devil Race, which brought him an extremely great threat, causing him to have no choice but to ask Shen Daoshu for help. No problem. Although Shen Daoshu's injuries were severe, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Coupled with the fact that he had consumed a life origin spirit pearl, Shen Daoshu did not have any worries and agreed without hesitation. Roughly a day or so later, Yi Chenfeng followed Shen Daoshu out of the tomb of the Great Void and appeared outside. When they flew through the extremely unstable outer space of the tomb of the Great Void, they felt the inescapable net set up by the Devil Race. "Humph, a mere Devil Race wants to overturn the heavens." Shen Daoshu was one of the top experts of the God Race back then. How terrifying was his strength! He did not put the inescapable net set up by the Devil Race in his eyes at all. "Break!" Shen Daoshu used his hand as a sword and slashed at the void. A sword light that was like a heavenly waterfall pierced through the heaven and earth. With an invincible sword intent, it split open the inescapable net that several great Ancestor realm experts of the Devil Race had spent several months to set up. What's the commotion? Sensing the loud noise coming from outside the tomb of the Great Void, the 6 Ancestor realm experts of the Devil Race who had been cultivating on the warship and waiting patiently rushed over immediately. "It's you, you're finally out." When 3rd Elder Mo Iweshan saw Yi Chenfeng, he immediately felt that his strength had reached the 5-star Dao God realm. His deep eyes revealed a sinister look as he said with a murderous aura, "You guys are really patient. You've waited for me for so many years." Yi Chenfeng looked at the Ancestor realm experts of the 6 Paths Devil Race and said with a smile, "Since that's the case, then let's settle the grudge between us. With just you." Although Yi Chenfeng's cultivation speed was faster than the imagination of Mo Yueshan and the others, they still did not put Yi Chenfeng in their eyes. Shen Daoshu's strength surpassed theirs by too much. In addition, Shen Daoshu seemed to be seriously injured, so Mo Yueshan and the others did not put him in their eyes. Useless chicken and pottery dog. Shen Daoshu's pitch-black eyes shot out a brilliant light. An aura that exceeded the imagination of Mo Yueshan and the others spread out from his heavily injured body. This aura was so strong that Mo Yueshan and the other devil ancestors felt suffocated at the same time, as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts. This aura, a peak ancestor realm expert. Sensing the aura emitted by Shen Daoshu, the expression of the strongest devil ancestor grand elder changed drastically. He never expected that a peak ancestor realm expert would follow Yi Chenfeng out of the universe realm. Although the 6 of them were strong, and he was even a 4-star devil ancestor expert The difference in strength between each realm in the Ancestor Realm was very large. It could be said that if a peak Ancestor Realm powerhouse wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. At this moment, Mo Weshan and the others no longer had the time to think about how Yi Qinfeng had hired a peak Ancestor Realm expert as a bodyguard. They were now thinking about how to escape. Crack! Just as they were filled with fear and thoughts of retreating appeared on their faces, Shen Daoxiu took a step forward. With this step, crisscrossing cracks appeared in the entire space. An unstoppable streak of sword light split from Shen Daoxiu's body. With an unstoppable force, it slashed towards Mo Jueshan and the others. Dodge! Facing the sword beam attack from Shen Daoxiu, Mo Weshan and the others did not dare to take it head-on. They dodged to the side without hesitation. However, the moment they dodged, their pupils constricted into the most dangerous pinholes. They saw a sword beam that was hundreds of feet long, like a spatial crack, traversing hundreds of miles and slashing towards them with a blinding light. The range of this sword was too fast and unimaginably fast. Mo Weshan and the others could not dodge. They could only continuously use extremely powerful defensive trump cards to defend with all their might. As Devil Race elders, Mo Weshan and the others had extraordinary defensive trump cards. Among them, the defensive trump cards of Mo Weshan and the Devil Race Grand Elder had even reached the level of an ancestral artifact. However, when the defensive trump cards bombarded Shen Daoxiu's invincible sword beam, they shattered like glass. Uft, uft, uft. In an instant, the bodies of the 3 Devil Race Grand Elders were shattered by Shen Daoxiu's sword. They turned into 3 clouds of blood mist in midair and died on the spot. Although Mo Weshan and the others relied on their powerful strength to escape, the power of Shen Daoxiu's sword was too terrifying. It still heavily injured them and sent them flying. Blood escape. Facing an opponent that they could not defeat, the heavily injured Mo Weshan and the others were terrified. Without hesitation, they burned all the blood in their bodies and used blood escape to escape into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Shen Daoxiu's pupils constricted. He slashed out 3 more times from a distance, slashing at the 3 fleeing Mo Weshan and the others. Ah! Following a shrill scream, another devil ancestor was killed by Shen Daoxiu from a distance. However, Mo Weshan and the Devil Ancestor Grand Elder relied on their powerful, life-saving trump cards to barely block Shen Daoxiu's attack from a distance and escape with heavy injuries. P.S. Red packets requested.